It's coming out of lane number 4. That's Nelson. Ollie Stevens from Nelson. He looks like the guy that's in front at this stage over Wairau right on the far side. So it's Nelson Wairau. Wairau 4. He's dropped off the pace a little bit. He's on the left-hand shoulder of the winning crew. And then we have Avon. Avon has got Twizel on his left-hand shoulder, but back a wee bit. He's got Wairau 4. He's stuck in between the two of them. He's up in about 5th position at this stage. Wakatipu, I can't quite pick up Wakatipu. Yeah, the Wakatipu sculler has got 1 or 2 ahead of him. It's Otago, Angus Lowe from Otago, number 2 crew. He looks like he's right up in the firing line, all heading towards the 1,000-metre peg. It still looks like it should be Nelson. It should be Nelson that's sitting out in front. Still can't quite pick up the colours to confirm that, but we think it's Nelson sitting out in front. Waiwau still well out on the outside, and Dunstan Arm out from that again. So just dropped off the pace a little bit is the Cure Boating Club's number 2 crew. He's just finding the pace going through the 1,000-metre peg. Nelson, we still say Nelson from Wairau out wide. Wairau right out wide. He's really going along well. Nelson in the middle. Then there's Dunstan Arm. There's the first 3 at this stage. Then we have to go on the left-hand shoulder of Dunstan Arm as the crew from Otago and Wakatip. Nothing separating those two. There's where the race is. It's going to come from out wide Wairau. Nelson, Wairau, and Dunstan Arm. What's the qualification? 1, 2, and 3. So we should have 3 heats. Take 1, 2, and 3 out of each heat. And the next fastest time out of those 3 heats will go through to make it a 10-man final. So it's still down here in Nelson. Nelson in front. He has a wee look across to his left. We'll go across there. That's Avon across there, but that's not the boat he should be worrying about. It's Wairau right outside of him and Dunstan Arm in the middle of the course. Dunstan Arm on his left trying to bring Otago. He'll be one of John McGlashan's scullers, and Wakatipu right in the middle of the course. We're looking for 3. We'll see if we can sort the 3 out. We go to the leader, which is Nelson. Then we go to Dunstan Arm. Both those 2 crews will be in with the qualifying position, and out wide is Wairau. Now trying to put some pressure on Wairau is the crew from Wakatipu, bringing along with him Otago 2, and then we have to come down about 2 to 3 lengths back to Avon down here in the lanes number 2. He's well ahead of the 2 crews either side of him, Twizel and Wairau. We're now looking for Cure Boating Club, and he's just finding the pace a little bit tough in this third 500. And just about give you the time of that second heat of the girls under 16 4. It was quicker, not much quicker. It was 9:08, so they're still going into quite a strong wind. Nelson sitting out in front and watching everything unfold behind him. They got the second heat well down through the course. We've just got to identify what they've done with lane 8. Scott Shackleton's in lane 8 in the second heat. I'd imagine they've put him into 1 because Shirley Boyce, Lewis Hawkyard has been scratched by the look of it. The Nelson boy has got his rating well down. He's only on about 27, maybe 26, so it tells me he's doing it very easily. Wee bit higher rating with the Dunstan Sculler, who's moved up alongside Wairau. Wairau's moved up alongside him. Wairau's down on about 30 by the look of it. So there's your 3 qualifiers. And the crew really was trying to put pressure on them, was the crew out of Otago. That's a pretty good row for a young fella out of the Otago rowing sheds. Then we go to Wakatipu. Wakatipu sculler, also a young sculler out there. Is pretty good in this grade. But the three to qualify, it's going to be Nelson, nice and easy across the load. Dunstan Arm. There's a great push coming from the Otago sculler. He's looking to try and pick up that third position to go through. Wairau across the far side is right. He's right up within a half a length of him, going down towards the line. It looks like Wairau only by a canvas in the end. That's good rowing from Otago, because if they are the fastest heat, he's got a chance of going through in the next fastest time. Now, see if we can sort out the second heat for you to see who's... Right, we don't appear to have anybody in one, so Shirley's Boy. It looks like they're all going to be rowing out there by the look of it, and even in lane 8. So Canterbury's down on the inside, just ahead of him, Cure Boating Club 3. That's Sam Barnett. Right, 2 more out from that is the Dunstan Arm number 3 crew. That's Henry Clotworthy. He looks like the crew that's in a qualifying position, or he might have to work pretty hard. We go out to Avon and Dunstan. The club mate of Henry is Jack Pearson, both coached by Simon Smith. And that's both got a chance. And then right out on the very far side is the crew from Wairau. Wairau's number 1. I can't see the other Wairau crew. Oh, that's him away down the track. So we go back to the leaders, and this is the second heat of the men's open single sculls. Race number 4 here at the Otago Rowing Championships for 2023. It is the battle going on between Dunstan Arm, Wairau, and on the left shoulder of Dunstan Arm is Avon. Then we go quite a wee way back to the second Dunstan Arm sculler. But it is Henry Clotworthy who's in front. He's got about maybe 2 1/4 lengths over Avon on his left shoulder. And right out wide is Wairau. That's Fred Vavazur from Wairau. We'll just see if we can pick up his number to see that we're... Yep, that's Fred out there, I'm sure. So these 3 qualifiers have voluntarily sorted themselves out. We go a long way back then to Dunstan Arm. That's the second Dunstan Arm sculler. And then in behind him we have Cure Boating Club, Canterbury, Otago. Across the far side to Avon. And in the middle of back further to Wairau. So beautiful conditions now. So settled right down. So they're all now racing to keep well ahead of any challenges. Still Dunstan Arm. Do their training on the Dunstan Arm course on Lake Dunstan and Clyde, and who go down and get the buzzer over the Avon sculler. Avon, of course, does all his training on the Avon River. I think all Avon does it on the Avon River in Christchurch and up around Wairau. These are 3 qualifiers, and I don't think going on times. 8:49 was the first heat, went through in 8:49. Otago 3's out of 1, Canterbury 2's out of 2, Otago Boys 1's out of 3, Dunstan Arm 5 out of 4, Wairau 3 out of 5, Cure Boating Club 1 out of 6, Wairau 5 out of 7, Avon 6 out of 8, Avon 4 out of 9, and Dunstan Arm 1 out of lane number 10. Goodness me, they're all over the place. We appear to only have 9 crews there. And our screen doesn't tell us there's any scratchings. The white singlet of Canterbury Canterbury on the inside. Looks like a Otago 3 Oh yeah, Target 3's right on the inside. Canterbury getting along. Jimmy Middleditch, he's getting along really well in these, what you would call lumpy water conditions. But certainly ideal rowing. On his right-hand shoulder, he has Otago Boys. That's Harrison Thod from Otago Boys. Gosh, he's going well. And then we have to go out really, really wide, right out the very outside. Almost could be the crew that's in front. Should be the Dunstan Arm. That should be Angus Kenny from Dunstan Arm. That's out right out wide. He's well in front. Right outside Dunstan Arm. There's a big, big push going for the next two qualifying positions. There's two of them in. There's Canterbury, there's also Wairau and Avon, and they're all looking at each other to see who will get up. Then and behind them we have the crew from Cure Boating Club. And then on the right-hand shoulder of Canterbury we have Otago Boys. Everyone with a chance. You can move these boats from being a length and a half down to a length in front in a matter of about 10 strokes. But it's Dunstan Arm out wide. Angus Kenny, he's got the lead and he'll get the buzzer. Canterbury, I think, is set up. It's just who's going to get the third buzzer. Avon now. Wairau's moved just slightly ahead of Avon on the far side. He's bringing with him Wairau 5. Then we go on the right-hand shoulder of Canterbury. We go Otago Boys. He's in with a chance of qualifying as well. Otago Boys need to crank it up right now. Otago Boys, he must have heard me. So he's cranking it up and having a crack at them as well. Wairau out wide, Avon out wide. Avon's come back to Wairau. In the middle of the course, we've got Cure Boating Club and we've got Wairau's number 5 crew. It looks like Otago Boys, or it's either Avon now or Otago Boys. Now Wairau can see that he's got a challenge. Forget about the leader. He's got the buzzer. Canterbury's going to get the second buzzer. It looks like Avon. It looks like Avon's going to get the third buzzer. Going to bring with him. He's going to bring Wairau with him. Wairau's going to bring Cure. Cure's going to bring Otago Boys. That's the way they'll cross the line and get the buzzer. Oh, gosh, they got within a half a length of Avon. It'll be depending on times now. Remember, we're taking 3 from each of the 3 heats. That gives us 9 for the final, and the next fastest out of those 3 heats. We now go on to the 8:32 was the second heat. So 8:32, the second heat. We now go on to another open grade race, race number 6, which is the Women's Open Coxless Pair Award. All go through to the final. All they're doing is racing it to see where they draw tomorrow. So if you're a novice spectator out there and you see in your day sheet, if you get it, that it all goes through to the final and you think, oh gosh, why don't they just leave that and row that on the Sunday's final? No, they still row because it's to get the arrow effect. The fast times will be in the centre. So the winning crews today, if they've come from an outside lane, you'll find will draw the centre lanes tomorrow. So as you've got the fast crews going out of 5, then the next fastest out of 4, the next fastest out of 6, and then we come down to 3. That way, so as when they come down the course in the finals, this is the way all finals will be. It'll be in an arrow effect as they come down through. It's a visa requirement, but there's a lot of requirements going on out there in the world. It's now Avon colours showing the Avon crew on the outside. That will be Shackleton and Dowry, I would imagine. I'll just see if we can get a number on them. They've got Avon 1 and Avon 6. I think it's coming out of lane 7. It might be Butler and Treverdale. Well, I'm not too sure about that either. Yeah, no, it's lane number 8. It's the Avon crew from lane number 8 because there's 4 Avon crews together there. So it's the crew from lane number 8. So they're obviously using number 8. So it is Shackleton and Derry, and that's where they should be. Both of them very accomplished rowers. Then we go down, we're looking to all go through the final. We'll talk about time. We go into the middle of the course. The second boat up is Dunstan Arm. That must be a young combination from Dunstan Arm. Scott and Stefan from Dunstan Arm. They're up into second place. Avon number 2 down on the inside, Hannah Mahari and Gemma Burrows. I think Hannah Mahari rode for Otago University last year, now at Avon by the look of it. Down on the inside from there, Ashburton Composite with Wairau. Then right ahead of them, of course, is the Cure Boating Club combination, Jenkins and Sim from Lauren Sims, most likely in about her 10th year rowing. She is a stalwart of the Cure Boating Club. Beautiful water conditions for the Coxless Pier Open. Dunstan Arm, they'll take the second buzz. I'm pretty sure they haven't had a Dunstan Arm Coxless Pier in the open grade ever. So that's a pretty good effort from those two young girls. Avon, it's the Avon number 2 crew. They'll take the third buzzer. They'll all get the quick lanes tomorrow. Then we're followed up by Ashburton Composite just ahead of them. Cure Boating Club back out to Avon. Out further again to another Avon crew, and back a little bit further to another Avon crew and another Avon crew. 8:43 for that last heat of the men's open singles. It's considerably slower than the other one, but with the way the wind is, you wouldn't know. Boys under 16 doubles should be well down the track, which they are, and this is most likely where all the entries are for all the regattas of the season in the under 16 grade. Looking through the day sheet yesterday, it looks like under 16 is very strong and competitive. Wairau should be down in 1, and Targa in 2, Cure Boating Club in 3, Nelson in number 2 and 4, Christchurch Boys number 1 and 5, Shirley Boys 3 and 6, Otago Boys 3 and 7, Wakatipu 3 and 8, Twizel 2 and 9, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, outer lane number 10. We look to have only 7 crews. We'll just take a look and see who may not be there. I've gone off screen, guys. Wakatip's in the firing line. We're looking at 1, 2 and 3, the same as the single scull race. There must be 3 heats. We're looking at 1, 2 and 3, and the fastest out of those 3. 4, 5 and 6, and the second fastest going through to the B final. Wakatip's there, but it's being led along by the crew down on the inside. That should be the crew showing Wairau colours. They're trying to bring Otago Boys with them. In the middle of the course, we've got Cure Boating Club, but they just back off the pace a little bit to be in the top 3. The third one up, by the look of it, for challenges the Otago Boys second crew. They're being chased along by Wakatipu. And then right out wide, we have the crew for St Thomas of Canterbury. I can't see Twizel there, but it's down on the inside. Looking to qualify in the first 3 to qualify. The boys under 16 double sculls, first of the 3 heats. Bowman has a look across. We go across. There's nothing there, buddy. Maybe Mummy's there clapping for you. Good show. Wairau from the top end of the South Island. Here's another wee look out to the left. He might be counting the boys to see how far it is to go. Oh, how far have we got to go? Wairau quite clearly in qualifying position. Also, Otago Boys. They're right there as well. Otago Boys, like I say, will be out at St Johnny's, out at Dunedin. And then the yellow boat just moving out of the best of the ruck have cleared themselves out for the 3 qualifiers. It looks like lane number 6, that is Christchurch Boys, it says, but it looks like Shirley Boys. So I don't know, guys. It looks like it's Shirley Boys. Yeah, it's Shirley Boys that's going to qualify. They'll be happy at Shirley Boys camp. to get their first crew that's on the water to go through to the final. Nelson will have to sit back and look for time, or Cure, Wakatipu, across the far side. All those crews most likely haven't got a chance of qualifying now, but you never know on the times that go through. The open coxless pairs for women went through an 8:47. Oh, the time's getting a little better. Right, race number 8, which is the boys. Oh, I can see a double sculler away down the track past the 500 to go mark, and I'd say that's the one we were looking for, which was Twizel. See if we can identify that for the Twizel spectators. Oh, can't see the colours. There's 2 crews down there. So it can only mean 2 things: a gear failage or didn't get to the start on time. I would think that the way the weather forecast is, and getting themselves 3/4 of an hour behind time, that they won't be waiting for anybody today. So take that on board, guys. They won't be in a race every 4 minutes, going right through to 150 races. I can just about guarantee they will not wait for anybody. If you've just come in off the highway and you're wondering what's going on with all the tents and the camper vans up down there from the 500 to the 1,000, you're at the 2023 Otago Rowing Championships, held here on Lake Ruataniwha, the best rowing lake in the world, and you're 3/4 of an hour behind the program. Sit back and enjoy it. If the sun comes out, it'll get very, very hot, so make sure you got slip, slop and slap, and you're taking on a little bit of water. You are lucky enough today to have 3 commentators on board, all with a different style. So just enjoy the day, and you'll find that the new commentators that come in will have to work out that's happening with the lanes and that. It sort of fooled us first race this morning, which we do apologise for. Timaru should be out of 1, Otago Boys 2 out of 2. Brisbane Grammar. Welcome along, Brisbane. We've already welcomed you along earlier this morning. We'll do it again. Brisbane Grammar out of lane number 3. Wairau out of 4. Twizel out of 5. Otago 2 out of 6. Shirley Boys 2 out of 7. St Thomas of Canterbury 1 out of 8. Nelson 1 out of 9. And Wakatipu is their number 2 crew out of lane number 10. Looks very much like they have all gone to the start, and all we can see is boats coming down through the course, the sun glistering on the lumpy water, and we'll just have to call it the way we see it, guys. So out, 3 out from the inside. That looks to be Brisbane Grammar. So Brisbane Grammar look to be, if not in front, look to be quite close to it. On their right-hand shoulder, just down off it a wee bit, is Wairau. Twizel is right there with Brisbane Grammar. Twizel will so be in the hunt. The 2 young fellas out of Twizel who had a really good season last year. And then we go out wide to a crew, one in from the outside as a wee bit of a breeze goes across. Should be Nelson. In behind them. Wakatipu, number 2 crew, is just back off the pace a little bit, and inside Nelson should be St Thomas of Canterbury, and they are feeling the pace just a little bit as well. So we go back to the leaders, and it could be anything between Brisbane and 2 out from Brisbane, which is the crew from Twizel. So I'll go for Twizel in the middle of the course. I think Twizel, we're heading into that second 500. We're ready, just about ready to go into the 1,000 metre. The leading crews are anyway. So it'll be Twizel will take them through. They know the shortcuts on the course. This is the number 1 crew. I think it's Luke and Lachlan. I think it's Lachlan and Luca, yeah. So it's Twizel number 1 over Brisbane. They'll be the 2 crews out wide. St. Thomas of Canterbury, or is it Wakatipu? It's Wakatipu out wide. Just a little bit of splashing coming from that crew away out wide. The crew on their right-hand shoulder sticking behind them. That's the Wakatipu number 2 crew. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Nelson and Wakatipu just back off the pace a little bit. It looked like Wakatipu might have been up in the firing line. So as soon as we get some colours for you, it's one in from the outside going along well as well still. When Nelson was always in the firing line, we still go back to Twizel in the middle of the course. Twizel, Brisbane Grammar, and out wide Nelson. Twizel. Gosh, they know this water well, the 2 young fellas from Twizel. They've certainly got Brisbane Grammar behind them, but there's not a great deal separating them. And then we go right out wide, and it's hard to tell on that spread whether it's Nelson that's in front or whether it's Twizel that's in front. They're the 3 crews. We're looking for 3 crews to qualify. I can't see any challenges coming in on that. There's a crew on the left-hand shoulder of Brisbane Grammar, which is Otago Boys number 2 crew. They've most likely got a chance, but boy, they're going to have to put the old turbos on now, the old hand speed guys. John McGlashan. We're most likely about 2 lengths down off qualifying, still hanging on. I think Brisbane might even have an advantage over Twizel. Oh, they're rocking and rolling out there now. Both those 2 crews, Twizel and Brisbane, as I mentioned their name, both rocked around. I think Twizel's getting some pressure put on them now by the crew from the left-hand shoulder of Brisbane Grammar. Then we go right out wide still. Nelson's got nobody near them. On the right-hand shoulder is Wakatipu. Can't see St. Thomas of Canterbury. Gosh, Nelson is showing their colours early in the regatta. I think we'll find that they are in front. The big clash is going to come down here on the insides out of 2 and 3. Well, Brisbane Grammar and Otago Boys 2. Otago Boys 2 trying to get up alongside Twizel to get that third qualifying position. I think you'll find Brisbane Grammar have got second going through into this last 400 odd metres. Gosh, there's a nice tidy little crew, this crew from Brisbane, from Grammar. Welcome along, Brisbane. Just has a look across the bow, man. We go across with him. It's Otago Boys. Otago Boys looks across as well. There's nothing there, mate. So Otago Boys, I don't think Otago Boys will qualify. It looks like Twizel are coming home pretty quickly on Brisbane. Twizel starting to move on Brisbane now. Like I say, they know the course, they know the shortcuts, and they're going to move right up alongside Brisbane. Twizel really pushing it, a bit of Kelvin Maker guts going in there. And then right out still, Nelson will qualify. They've sorted themselves out. Twizel working on the second. You're quite clearly qualified, guys. You've got a lot of racing. You can just take it easy now. They're going to move right up alongside Brisbane Grammar. Brisbane Grammar will qualify as well. But Nelson have gone through over the top of them. Oh, only just. It's down to about 1 foot. So Nelson's going to take the buzzer. There's your 3 qualifiers. Twizel will get the second buzzer. And Brisbane Grammar the third. Then we go with Otago Boys, who had a great chance. Wakatipu. Otago, Timaru, Shirley Boys, and there's a couple just back off the pace a bit, Wairau, and that'll be St. Thomas of Canterbury. So that first heat went through in 8:37. Wairau went through in 8:37. Your third heat has Timaru 3, North End 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Shirley Boys 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Cromwell 1, Wakatipu number 1, Otago Boys High School 1, Otago 1, Burnside High School. First call for you this morning, Burnside. Way out in lane number 10. The computer says there's no scratchings. We'll check to see who's in the zoo. They're all there. Now we have a crew way out wide, out there in lane number 10 by the look of it, but it's not Burnside colours, so we'll just see if we can suss that out for you guys. That crew away out wide, I don't think's in the race because it's showing Otago Boys colours. So Otago, and in the middle of the course. Looks like the colours of Wakatipu in the yellow boat. It's Wakatipu. That's the crew that's sitting out in front. Forget about the crew that's out wide. I'm pretty sure they're not in this race. It's Wakatipu, and they have really opened it up. It's the number 1 crew of Jasper Crawford and Charlie Manson, and they have said goodbye to the rest of the fields here in the under-16s. Wow, maybe 3 years rowing, I suppose, of experience out there. They're certainly handling the conditions exceptionally well, and most likely got this to row on in Lake Hayes all the time, but it is Wakatipu under the guidance of John Morrison there off Lake Hayes, and they have said goodbye to the field. We'll take a look from who's chasing the field up. It's on their left-hand shoulder, it's Dunstan Arm, and on their right-hand shoulder is the crew from, well, let's see, it should be Otago Boys. So they're the 3 at this stage. Right shoulder of Otago Boys is Otago. Then we go a long way back to Burnside. Let's take a look and see what's happening down the inside. Timaru's up there as well. On their right shoulder, bit of 2.5 lengths back, North End. Further back to St Thomas of Canterbury, and Cromwell just in behind them. That's Shirley Boys, I think, just behind them. I actually don't see the Cromwell crew there. So we'll go back to the leaders. I can see Burnside, Shirley Boys, and we're just looking for Cromwell to identify them. They should be on the right-hand shoulder. Wakatipu will go through to take the buzzer in this heat. Now getting better water, so they should be getting a little quicker, which will sort of make a little bit different as far as who's got the fastest time goes. Dunstan High School, and then on the right shoulder of Dunstan High School we should have Cromwell, but I don't see them unless they've come in further. So there goes the Wakatipu crew. Just keep on going, guys, up through the channeling system and back home. Dunstan Arm, they will take the second qualifier. And then there's a big race going on between St Johnny's and Otago Boys, and there's absolutely nothing in it. There's a head down for the third qualifier. It's going to be Otago Boys over Otago. Then we come down the inside, Timaru and Avon, North End it is. And now looking at across the far side, we have Burnside. We're picking up that crew that wasn't in it. Shirley's, oh yeah, and Cromwell's. Oh no, that's St Thomas of Canterbury. Right, that's the 3 heats. The boys under 16s, they've gone out of the way. We can give you 5.56 for the second heat. 5.56 went through the second heat. We move on to the boys under 17 double sculls. So we come up a grade here now. There must be 3 heats because we've got 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the final. And the next fastest time out of those 3 heats. First heat up has got Wakatipu in lane number 2, Ashburton in 3, Christ College in 4. Oamaru, first call for you this morning, Oamaru. Out of 5, Brisbane Grammar 2 and Brisbane Grammar 5. And 6 and 7, and Otago boys out in lane number 8. Now, it'll be interesting to see if they're using lane number 8 here. Heading in that second 500, there's 2 in the middle of the course. There's not a great deal between them. 1 out is Ashburton, and then we go to Oamaru and Brisbane Grammar 2. They're the first 3 just heading through the 1,000 metre peg now. So this is all on in there. 3 from the outside, which is Brisbane Grammar 2. Brisbane Grammar 2. Oamaru's just tucked in behind them by about 3/4 of a length. Just trying Ashburton's there. I can't see Christ College. Oh, yeah, they're back off the pace a little bit, unfortunately. And then down on the inside, swinging along really well in lane number 2 is the crew from Wakatipu. So it's going to come down to the first 3, and at this stage, Wakatipu on the inside is the crew that looks like they may have the advantage. On their right-hand shoulder is the crew from Ashburton. So these 2 crews in with a chance of qualifying, going inside that first in that 1,000 metres. Then we go 2 out from there in the middle of the course. We've got the Oamaru colours, Brisbane Grammar alongside Oamaru. Nothing separating those 2 crews. Then we go back quite a wee way to, that should be Brisbane Grammar 5. Otago boys are ahead of them. And then Christ College is back there with the Brisbane number 5 crew. So inside the third 500, no problems at this stage with the conditions now. Good to get rid of the monster. It's down on the inside. Out of that very strong squad off Lake Hayes there in Queenstown. Under the guidance of John Morrison and his coaching team. It is Wakatipu. Wakatipu's trying to bring with them the right-hand shoulder, with it be Ashburton. And right on their shoulder, but they're about 2.5 lengths down. Then we go out to the middle of the course. There's been nothing between Oamaru and Brisbane Grammar 2. They've been fighting each other always down. The Grammar 2's got the advantage over Oamaru now, though, by a good length at this stage. So it looks very much like the 3 are sorting themselves out to go through to the buzzer, to go through to the final. Wakatipu, they'll get the first buzzer. Then the second one will certainly go to Ashburton, off Lake Hood and Ashburton. We go back to Brisbane, could be off anywhere in Brisbane. Inside there, Oamaru's got a chance, but boy, they're going to have to really crank those hands up starting now, and all of a sudden they caught a deep one on the bow side. Oh, Oamaru, that's not like you guys. On the... just rocking and rolling around a little bit. Then we go right out wide. That should be the colours of Otago out wide. Brisbane 5, they're back off the pace along with Christ College, and that's the field as they head down now inside the last 500 and the leaders inside the last 300. Oh, these boys are just doing it easy too. This Wakatipu crew's just cruising out in front. Gosh, look at the leg drive from the stroke man. He's making it look so easy. They're just using the water as a leverage and moving the boat past that leverage point. They're not trying to pull the blade through. They're just hooking up and just letting it. Oh, take a look at that for the final tomorrow, guys. Too easy, nice and smooth around the belly. A really fine combination, John. They'll go down and get the buzzer, and hence that's why they are a good 10 lengths out in front. Ashburton doing a good job. They'll get the second buzzer. Brisbane, another crew into the final for Brisbane Grammar. They'll get the third buzzer. Oamaru have been with them all the way down the course. Oamaru are only a length away from them. Then we go out wide to Otago Boys by the look of it. Down the inside to Christ College and back to the second Brisbane Grammar crew. And the third heat of the boys under 16 went through in 8:46. So the time of the under 16 heats is very, very close. We'll just see how much quicker the under 17s go. Like I say, that's where all the entries are in the under 16s, under 17s, under 16s particularly, very strong. So we should have in lane number 2, I hope first call from you from away down south where the pineapples grow. Down there off the Ariti River, that's where Bert Monroe started to row. He used to ride his motorbike out to the Ariti River. St. Bede's in 3. Brisbane Grammar, number 3 crew in 4. Nelson in 5. Dunstanarm in 6. Wairau in 7. And Brisbane Grammar, number 1. So it's Grammar out wide. Inside them there's the crew from Wairau. So it's the crew from Wairau that's in front. Grammar's on their right shoulder, about a length and a half away. And that, when I field through it, are the 2 leading crews. We're looking to qualify here exactly the same as the under 16s. We're looking for 3 to go through. Now there's a line-up for a chance of a third to go through from there. We have to come down the inside. Coming out of lane number 3 will be the crew for Brisbane Grammar. 3, or is it St. Bede's? We'll just take a look. Looks like St. Bede's. First call for you this morning, St. Bede's. And that looks like the crew that could be up, but there's a real challenge going on. St. Bede's. Dunstanarm is putting in a challenge. Nelson's putting in a challenge to Dunstanarm. So the third is up for grabs. We've got 1, 2, 3 crews going for the third qualifier. We've got down the inside, we've got the crew from Christchurch Boys, it would be, I think. St. Bede's. So St. Bede's, and then we got Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm at this stage look as if they may have a very, very slight advantage over St. Bede's. St. Bede's getting pressure put on them from Nelson, and in the meantime, sitting out in front is that crew from Wairau. Brisbane. They'll be loving these conditions. Oh, just when I say that, the bow side of Brisbane took a big dive. They just got caught up with the wind. They're going to qualify anyway. It just gives Dunstan a little bit of a chance to get a little bit closer. They got a nice little run on their boat as well. And then that third, that's the 3. There's the 3 qualifiers. Dunstan's come out from those 3 in the middle of the course and gone clearly into third place now over the crews down on the inside of them. One St. Bede's, the other one is Nelson. Not a great deal separating these 5 crews, 5, 6 crews. Down inside the 100-metre line, and it is the mighty crew. Wairau, they'll go through and take the buzzer. Brisbane Grammar take the second buzzer. Dunstanarm the third buzzer. And then the other 2 that have been fighting with Dunstanarm to get that third buzzer. St. Bede's, Nelson. Grammar and Waihopai. Wilson and Browning from Waihopai. Matt Jenkins is back coaching again. Matt, really good to you to keep that Waihopai club going. We don't see big crowds like in many years ago. We used to see big groups coming out of both Waihopai and Invercargill that are eyeball each other on the Ariti River down there. We just don't seem to see the numbers coming away from those sheds a great deal. Just saw dribs and drabs of Invercargill crews last year. We haven't seen Waihopai crews up here for a wee while, so it's really good to see you along, Matt, with your crew. 8:13, the first heat of the under-17s have gone through in 8:13, so they are considerably quicker than the under-16s. The second heat will go through Christchurch Boys, Otago Boys 2, Brisbane 4, Shirley Boys 1, Oamaru 1, Union 1, and first call for you this morning too, Union, and St. Bede's 2. And we have got a crew out in front watching the crowd. Oamaru. We can pick up the gold colours of Oamaru without even using the field glasses by the look of it. Oamaru. Oh, now they're nice and short, Oamaru, so they've been taught to row nice and short in the choppy conditions, which was always a thing that you could do. There's two different theories. Nice and short will keep the boat, stop the boat from rocking and rolling around, and other people have a theory of long and strong because that keeps your blades under the water for longer without being caught from the wind. So you work out which you think is the best way. But Oamaru are very short in these choppy conditions. They're on about 36 strokes per minute, and they're out in front by a country mile. So does that not tell you something? So Oamaru, under the Oamaru coaching team, off the harbour in Oamaru, out of their sheds here at Twizel. They're well out in front. Otago. Two young fellas went really well at the Dunstan Arm Regatta. I know it's Shirley Boys. Looked like Otago to me, but it's Shirley Boys. So Shirley Boys are up into qualifying, and they're clearly in the qualifying position over Otago Boys. So there's your first three. On the right-hand shoulder of Otago Boys is the crew from Union. Otago Boys are Brisbane Grammar. That's their number 4 crew. Unfortunately, they may not get through to the final with that crew, but they'll be happy with that row. And then out wide we go to, it looks like Union. That's Union out wide. And then we have St. Bede's out further from there, and Christchurch Boys down on the inside. So it'll be interesting of times. We're looking at 8:18 for that first heat through the under-17s. And quite clearly, Oamaru had the tactics right there with the shortened stroke. They'll go through and get the buzzer. Shirley Boys will get their crew through to the final. Good work from the coaches at Shirley Boys and Otago Boys. Otago Boys will go through. I'm just not too sure who's doing the coaching at Otago Boys this year. They had a very good regatta at date. They had a lot of rowers at Lake Dunstan, Otago Boys. And Grammar go across and Union together. And then we go back to Christchurch Boys and St. Bede's. That second heat has gone through in 8:38, so that's considerably slower than the first heat. But like I say, don't take any notice of the times, guys. Don't go running around saying you've got slower because your time's slower. The times will vary from race to race by the look of it. Right, your program moves on to race number 13. It's the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. All are going to come race it today and come back tomorrow. It'll be a straight final tomorrow. It's just they'll be in different lanes like I explained earlier on to you novice rowers. There's a wee bit of heat out there now, guys, so you can take the trackies off and you can put a bit of slip, slop and slap on. And don't forget later on, I think it's too early yet, but you can get coffee at the row shop. And you can have a look at the stuff that the row shop's got there. The canteen generally is open, so I'd imagine it will be open. The canteen's open. The two coffee shops, Drew's down further and Eric is just a little closer to us here. And of course, we've got Steve, Big Steve. Now he's got the Mr. Whippy's van. I want you all to support Steve because he comes along here, and if he's not in his ice cream van, you'll find him in the kitchen doing dishes. And he's been doing that for about 6 or 7 years now. He is a Ruatana for South Island volunteer. All those outfits, profits go back into South Island rowing. Can't see any action coming from the 2,000 metre blocks. Actually can't even see any boats in the blocks. So we'll come on air the minute we can get them going away.
That won the Grammy for Best Rock Song. Then some amazing news for our wallets this summer. I'll tell you all about that in around 20 minutes. But right now it's Ava Max on More FM.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so left but she's right though. At night she's screaming, I'm on my mind. She'll make you curse, but she a blessing. She'll rip your shirt within a second. You'll be coming back for second with your play. You just can't help it. No, you'll play along. Let her lead you on.
It's Villa Maria out of lane 1, Rangiruru out of 2, North End out of 3, Marion out of 4, Wakatipu out of 5, Wanaka, first call for you this morning, Wanaka out of 6, Nelson Composite with Who Union, Christchurch Girls out of 8, St Andrews out of 9, and Timaru out of 10. This will be an extremely competitive race, I'm picking. We've got all the gun crews there, Rangi, Villa early, Otago, North End from Otago, Wakatipu from the Lakes, Wanaka from the Lakes, up south, Nelson Composite, Christchurch Girls in the centre of the island, St Andrews and Timaru, in the little estuary at Timaru. It will be extremely competitive. They have gone maybe... Looks like all crews are there. Timaru's got away to a very good start on their left-hand shoulders, back already by in this first 500 by about 2 lengths, which is the crew from St Andrews. All going well, that they stay in their lanes and they're rowing in lane number 8, guys, because we're not taking this from colours, that's for sure. Just on the left-hand shoulder of St Andrews is Christchurch Girls. Now that's the crew that looks like they could be in front, Christchurch Girls. They've got about a 2.5 length advantage of the Composite crew on their left, and Wanaka. Wanaka's slightly ahead of them in the middle of the course. Wanaka getting along well in this first 500 as well. So it's Christchurch Girls, Wanaka, and then there's another gap in this, which is Wakatipu and Marion College. Down on the inside we should have Villa Maria. They've gone well. Oh, there's one crew back off the pace there on the inside out of lane number 2. So it is Rangiruru 1. That can't be right. Rangiruru 1 won't be that far back. Now we can see lane number 1. So it's Rangiruru 1. It's the crew out of lane number 3 that's... Oh, there's some problems out there with one of those crews. They're just pulling out. They had stopped rowing. That's why they'd got a fair way back. are coming back into lane again now by the look of it. Something must have happened with, it could be lane 2 or they could be pulling off the course. No, they're coming back in lane 2. So unfortunately, Rangi Ruru, if that's who it is, had some problems out there. They were completely over into lane number 3 and they had stopped rowing by the look of it. Oh, they're just having a few problems steering down there. Well, what grade's this? Under 15. They won't have a novice coxswain. Oh, well, I wouldn't think they'd have a novice coxswain, Charlie. I'm sure they'd have an experienced coxswain with them, but nevertheless, let's go back. And as I says, it was going to be very competitive, and it is. Oh, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 crews all lining up for a position here to get the fast lanes tomorrow. It's down on the inside. It is Villa Maria. Just trying to identify that they are in lane 1. Looks like it, Villa Maria. Rangi Ruru, that's had the problem. Then North End, then Marion. It's Marion in the middle of the course. And along with Marion, we're looking at the Wakatip crew. That's back a little bit. Then we go out to there is Wanaka. So Marion and Wanaka. Marion's got an advantage over Wanaka. Composite crew back a little bit. Then we have Christchurch girls. Then we go right out wide to Timaru. That's the 4 that are vying for a position going through the 1,000-metre peg. Marion, the dark colours of Marion, right in the middle of the course in one of those fast lanes. They must have paid the secretary, Mr. Carl, to get in that fast lane. Villa down on the inside, just starting to feel the pinch a little bit. Oh, Marion's going along really well in the middle of the course, but don't leave out the crews right out on the very far side. That's the crew from Timaru. Timaru swinging along very nicely indeed, sitting nice and quiet in the coxswain seat is Bella. Dean looks as if he's got a good crew there, but I still go Marion in the middle of the course, so it's now starting to spread open as they go through the 1,000-metre peg. It's Marion, Villa Maria and Timaru on the far side, and Christchurch girls just starting to feel the pinch. Marion's really putting some hot air onto them. So it's Marion trying to get away from the rest, which is Villa Maria on their inside. Right out wide, Timaru. In between them, Christchurch girls. Then we have to go back quite a wee way to North End. Rangi now won't get back into it. Wakatip's in that firing line. Wanaka was there for that first 1,000. They're feeling the pinch a little bit now as well. And then we have St Andrews just back off that. Marion, where's the Marion supporters down there at the 300, 350 metre mark? We don't see a lot of Marion crews sitting out in front like this. I take it that's who it is, though. It's dark colours. Villa Maria down on the inside. Both crews off the Avon River in Christchurch. Christchurch girls in the middle of the course, also off the Avon River. One of the Rangi crews, the 2 Rangi crews there. It must be the composite crew just in behind them by about 2 or 3 lengths, and then Timaru that looked as if they were right up in the firing line. With now we're getting a better look at it with Marion is back off the pace a little bit as well. So we're now down to 2 leading crews. We're now down to Marion, who's got a clear advantage of at least 2 lengths over Villa Maria down on the inside. That's the first 2. Then we go to Timaru. They've got a battle on there with Christchurch girls. The composite crew in behind them. Oh, there's a race right in behind them, only about 200 or 300 metres behind them. Villa Maria, coxswain again. Coxswain's doing a great job there at Villa Maria. Let's give her a plug. Alicia Clark in the coxswain seat. Alex and Phoebe doing the coaching, and they are swinging along really nice down here. Oh, just when I say that, they just copped the top on stroke side, a couple of those waves. You've got to get those hands away from the body nice and quickly, and you've got to get that blades high off the water so you're not clipping anything when you roll them over. I think it's Villa. We've got a better look at it. It's Villa that's in front of Marion. Marion looked as if they had a huge lead going through the 1,000 and coming down through the course, but it's so hard to pick the angle when you're looking out away. So it's Villa Maria over Marion, then Timaru. That's the first three. They'll all qualify. They come back and do it again tomorrow. So that's a surprise, Villa. We had you in second all the way through the course. All of a sudden, they must have given it a couple of dozen and moved up alongside Marion, if you believe that story. And that's a quad. Villa Maria are rowing a quad. So is Marion. So it must be a quad. Octo it is. It is the Octo race. So if you're a novice spectator out there and you're wondering what we're talking about, it's 8 people in the boat and a coxswain, and they're sculling, not sweep oaring. So it means that there's 16 riggers and 16 oars. The boats are a lot heavier, and they do sit a wee bit deeper down in the water unless you can get them up off the water and really running. And it takes a strong crew to do that, and under 15s generally are not strong enough to get them. And they're very, very slow out of the blocks because you've got, in your race start, you've got to get it up on top of the water first before you get it moving. And you do that in your first half dozen strokes. So Villa Maria will go through and they will get the fast lane tomorrow. Oh, we can see now why Marion have got a rower not rowing, so I was right. So Marion was in front all the way through the course, but I can see there is a rower not rowing, so they're only rowing with the 7 of them, which will slow their boat down big time. But Marion was certainly well out in front last time I saw them, so there's a gear breakage. That's what the problem was. Thought I was going a bit diffy. Timaru will go across. They'll get one of the fast lanes tomorrow. We've got Rangi Ruru, and we have the crew from Wakatipu in the middle. Rangi alongside them. The right-hand side of Wakatip's Wanaka. Then we just got another rower. This is where the mistakes are made in the novices and the under-15s. Well recovered, ladies. That's the crew from North End. Right, and behind them we'll see the quads coming down, the boys under 18-4. It's the boys under 18-4, and it's the fastest 10 cruise to the final. There must be 2 heats of it, and this is the elite class at school level. And because they were so close to the 8s coming down, we go to Timaru with St. Bede's. Timaru, St. Bede's, Christchurch boys now passing one of the octies. So it's Timaru showing that they're under 18-4. Looks as if they're going to be strong this season as well. A half a length clear of St. Bede's by the look of it. Then we go on the top side of them. Christchurch boys just got the buzzer. Christchurch boys 2 crew, Christ College. And then back a little bit, we go to the crew from St. Andrews, and they're passing the Octo across the far side of St. Andrews. So that's how good the under-18 boys are. They've just caught up on the girls' Octo. Now they're taking the 10 fastest times out of the 2 heats, race 14 and race 15. It's the elite class at school level. And you're called the premier rowers when you get to that class. You're called the premier rowers. The second heat will have St. Andrews 3, Christ College 1, Brisbane Grammar 1, St. Andrews 1, Christchurch Boys 2. It will be interesting to see how the Brisbane's under-18s match the South Island under-18s. Well down through the course, and it looks like the colours of St. Andrews. Looks like they're starting the racing from the... oh no, it must be a Masters race. Looks like they're lining crews up at the 1,000 metre peg, guys. Yep, it's a men's club double scull, and they're lining up at the 1,000-metre peg. So obviously the second half of the course is too rough, and they're bringing racing back to the 1,000-metre peg. So St Andrews swinging along really nice, and he's sitting out there. Christ College, nothing separating these two crews. And then we go out again a little bit further. We go to a second St Andrews crew by the look of it. And then we go to Brisbane and Christchurch boys. So just about the leading crews going through into the last 500 metres. And St Andrews 3 crew got an absolute 2-inch advantage, maybe, over Christ College number 1. So there's nothing separating these two crews. Oh, I can see now why they're bringing it to the 1,000-metre peg. There's nothing between St Andrews, Christ College. The supporters, I hope, are down there giving those two crews a bit of a call. It's Christ College. It's Christ College. Oh, I don't know that it is. Both these two crews eyeballing each other. The coxswain looks across. There's absolutely nothing in it as they head inside the yellow boys. We have to go quite a wee way back to the second St Andrews crew, and then we go back further, a little bit further back to Brisbane and Christchurch boys. These two crews locked together. Christ College are cranking it now, the tandem rig boat from Christ College. They've just wound it up a little bit and gone and taken a half a length now over St Andrews. They'll be happy to let them go. They've shifted it out to 3/4 of a length now. I've got a lot of racing, most likely a lot of racing to do, so just let them go. And the spectators heard Millsy say a tandem rig boat sitting out in front. You'll notice that the 2-man and the 3-man are both rowing on the bow side. And the 2 stroke sides are 1 at 4 and 1 at 1. And you'll say, what's the advantage of that? Is that generally if the one side is too much stronger than the other, they will tandem rig it so as it can even up the weight with the connection at the bow end. St Andrews might have a good under 18.8 by the look of it, with it going put another through into the fast lane. And then we go through to Brisbane. You don't get wins like this at Brisbane, guys. A huge welcome to the Otago Rowing Championships. You most likely finished schooling for the year, and what a great trip it will be for you. Then Christchurch boys. Right, race number 16, men's club double sculls. We're taking 1, 2 and 3 into the final, which is 3 heats, and the next fastest time only out of those 3 heats. 4, 5 and 6, and the next second fastest time of all those heats going out of the B final. We're coming in from the 1,000-metre peg by the look of it, and we can tell you that the under 15 Octo of Villa Maria's went through, oh my goodness, went through a 9:49, almost 10 minutes to go through the course. The boys under 17 double, 8:45. Men's club double out of 2 is Christchurch boys, 3 is Cure, 4 is Avon, Wairau is out of 5, Avon 2 out of 6, Timaru out of 7, Nelson 3 out of 8, Canterbury 2 out of 9. Looks like it's coming out of lanes 4. Oh no, lane 3. The crew's just sitting in front, swinging along again, looking back on the rest of the field. Wairau. Should be coming out of 3. I think it's Cure Boating Club. Yeah, it's Cure Boating Club. Clive comes on in about another 10 minutes, guys, so you can welcome him along here and give him all the problems that Millsy's had for the morning. It's Cure Boating Club swinging along. It's Theodore and Matthew swinging along exceptionally well, handling the... Oh, no wonder they do all their training on the Waimak River. Yes, they'll get waves on the Waimak River, that's for sure. You need to come down and do a training camp on the Clutha River, guys, to get good water. So it's Cure Boating Club. Pretty good disciplines from these two. They've looked straight down the lake. They know who's on their right. They know who's on their left. We go out further. We see the colours of Timaru. They will be the second qualifier. We're looking for one more, and it's all on in the middle of the course. It's Avon having a go at Wairau. Come on, Wairau, your hand speed's too slow if you want to qualify. Avon have got a little bit of a run on their boat, boy. There's some splashing going on out there. I tell you what, it's reasonably difficult now. They've brought them back to the 1,000-metre peg. She must be pretty rough at the start. Wairau, they haven't cranked it up. They're going to keep it long and slow in these conditions. We just talked about that, the different tactics of different coaches of what you should do. It's Wairau. They'll get the third qualifier. Avon will have to be a lot closer than that to get the next fastest time. You've got to be right on the back end of these winning crews to be there. Cure Boating Club will go down and take the buzzer. Timaru with another Timaru crew through to the final. Wairau will go through to be the next qualifier, and both Avon and Christchurch boys will be sitting back looking for time. Over that we go back to, that's a composite crew across there, Avon and Union by the look of it. Nelson and St Andrews, or it could be another Union crew. It's Canterbury. Okay, so immediately coming out of the family, there's boats all over the course. We've got a race two races coming down. We've got a race in the start zone, and we've got all the rowers out the back of the 1,000-metre start, hanging around waiting. So we'll go through. Millsy's just got a couple more races, and you can welcome Clive along, like I say. He's not like me, he's not colourblind, so you might be able to pick things up a little bit better. So Shirley Boy's in the middle of the course, but it's coming from the inside crew. It's coming out of lanes 2, or it's coming out of 3 because they start at 2. So it's Nelson. It's Nelson that's in front. It's pretty easy going, Clive, because you only have to go as far as the 1,000 and pick up the colours. So it's Nelson. On the right, the yellow boat of Ashburton. They're in with a chance. We're looking at 3. We go 2 out from Ashburton. We go to Cure Boating Club 2. Can they get 2 crews into the final to Cure Boating Club? Ashburton, stuck in between them is Shirley Boys. Then on the right of that crew from Cure Boating Club, starting to put some bit of pressure on too, is the multicoloured of Wanaka. Wanaka trying to get into it. We go out wide to Avon 3, Dunstan Arm, back from there again, and then there's Avon 4 down on the inside. So inside the last 500 metres, getting along really nicely and handling the conditions off the harbour. They row at Nelson, up there in Nelson. Both of the boys looked around a wee bit, and as they did so, they got a big wobble in their boat, and that's what happens when you look around, guys. What grades this club? They should know better. Nelson sitting out in front. On their left-hand shoulder, Avon 4. They've got a chance of qualifying. And we're looking at 3 to go through. And then we go to the yellow boat, Ashburton. Ashburton, look out, it's getting pressure put on them from Wanaka. Wanaka indeed putting pressure on, Dunstan Arm just back off it a little bit. It's the crew inside Wanaka. It's the crew from Wakatipu. So down inside the line, there's a huge lineup for the next qualifying positions. Forget about Nelson. They'll get the buzzer. Oh, it looks like Ashburton now. Looks like Avon and Ashburton are going to take the second and third buzzer. But this is good sculling. Wakatipu, you have to be a little closer to these crews. Wakatipu bringing Shirley Boys with them. Wanaka on the right-hand shoulder of Wakatipu. Down towards, there's the buzzer. It will be interesting in times. We've got the first club went through in something 45. 5:41. 5:41, that's right. They're coming in from the 1,000. So it's 5:41s. So I'll just bring this one through. And that's the third heat, yep, next stage. Yep. Too right. Okay, we'll just bring this through the third heat of the clubs, and Clive's coming on for the women's club singles. Hey, good to hand over to Clive when there's 10 in the women's club singles race 19. There's 10 in it, so when I leave for my break, I'm going to say good luck. Avon on the inside, Ashburton alongside that, Canterbury and the Meridian, Shirley boys, that's in your number one crew. Invercargill, second call for you. Julie Dwyer, what are you doing here? You should be rowing that quad all around New Zealand up to Cape Reinga. So if you see Julie around with the Invercargill colours on, I don't think you'll find she'll be here. She'll be in that quad that went over from Stewart Island, went over to Stewart Island, went around over Island in 4 metre waves, trying to do a trip up to the top end of the North Island in a quad. It's a sculling quad out of the Invercargill members of the Invercargill Rowing Club. Coming out of it's Canterbury. So Canterbury, Shirley boys on their right hand shoulder got a chance, and on the left hand shoulder, that's where the action's coming from, is Ashburton. So it's those three crews in the middle of the course. Ashburton with a slight advantage. Ashburton over Shirley boys with an advantage over Invercargill. That's if that is Invercargill. I didn't see Invercargill's colours. No, it's not Invercargill's colours. Canterbury down the inside. It's Ashburton over Canterbury, over Shirley boys. And then we go Invercargill. So Invercargill back off the pace, and then we go far right out the far side. We go Nelson 2 out the far side. Back off at Wanaka 2, just feeling the pinch a little bit over the last 1,000, along with the crew from Avon 5. So back to the leading crew. Ashburton, James Patterson, Ashton Brook, Justin Wall, Mary Hefford. Well, man, they're under good guidance there, that's for sure. From Ashburton, no wonder they're sitting out in front with a coaching panel like that. Canterbury on the right-hand shoulder, they'll qualify. And then it looks like the right-hand shoulder again, Shirley boys, but unless Nelson's got a huge 150 metres to go, but they're about a length and a half down off them. Then we come down, we way back to Avon, we see the middle of the course, Invercargill, and across the far side, Wanaka Nelson. Down towards the buzzer. First qualifier is going to be Ashburton under that extremely powerful coaching team of Justin and Mary. And they will get the buzzer. In Indian file we go Canterbury, Shirley boys. Those are the three qualifiers. It'll be interesting the time. The second heat went through in 7:28. That must have hit some wind drafts coming through in 7:28 from the 1,000. Across the far side. Then we come down to Avon, Invercargill, and we welcome along in the commentary tower Clive Murden, who I think he's already seen his son row this morning. Welcome along, Clive.
So we're picking this up. So we're running races currently from the 1,000 metre. They're coming in, yep. So this is, we've got the women's club single sculls. This is heat number 1. The first 3 are progressing through to the A final, along with the next fastest. And then we have the 4, 5 and 6 through to the B final. Let's have a look who we've got rowing as they're coming down now. I'll get onto the binoculars. So we've got Villa Maria College in lane 1, Marion College in lane 2, North End in lane 3, Timaru in 4, Burnside in 5, Wanaka 2 in 6, Oamaru in 1, Dunstan Arm in 8, North End in 9 and Waihopa in 10. A bit of a spread out across the field here, but as we take a look, and oh yeah, we can see we've got about 4 boats coming across. So that looks like Dunstan are out there along with Oamaru. That's Emma Spittle and Paige Fury. Down on the inside here in the red and black, that will be North End. Picking, that's lane number 3. Can't quite see the numbers here, but that's looking like North End. That's Maddie Cockburn. And they're looking like our front 3. That's lane number 3, North End. Oh, we've got somebody's tipped out. The safety boat will be getting in there. That's unfortunate because she was sitting in second. That is the boat inside of Dunstan. That is the Oamaru, Emma Spittle. So hopefully she's okay. This safety boat is getting to her now. I can see her. She's in the water. Coming across the line, though, let's just come back to the race a second. It is North End leading. That's Maddie Cockburn. She's going to take the win. Over on the far side, we've got Dunstan Arm, who did slow down for a smidgen there just to get a good look at her friend on the inside there to make sure she was okay. So it is Dunstan Arm Paige Fury who's coming in, coached by Simon Smith. So North End are going to go over the line first. That's Maddie. Maddie in lane 3. There she goes across. Over on the far side there in lane number 8, we have Dunstan Arm. That's Paige Fury. She's coming across the line in a second. It's closing up down here again, but I think at the moment lane number 5 from Burnside High School, that's Poppy Knight. She's going to hold on. And then down here in lane Marion College, Olivia Toomey goes across the line, and then way over the far side, that looks like Caitlin. Yeah, that's Caitlin coming across. So let's just come back and make sure that she's okay. Yeah, I can see she's out the water now. The safety boat has got the hold of that single. She's looking okay. Bit of a smile on there, bit of a shiver. I'm sure it's a cold water out there, but that's all good. She's all okay, and that's Emma Spittle. So hopefully she's got another race soon. As the next race comes on down, so let's see who's rowing in this one. Again, this is the Women's Club Single Sculls. Lane 1, we've got Cure, Laura Izzet. Lane 2 is Wanaka. Lane 3 is North End, 4. Burnside are in lane number 4. Timaru in 5. Columba College in 6. Ashburton in 7. Invercargill in 8. Canterbury 1 in 9. And Union 1 in lane number 10. So big fields. Oh, there's a good spread here. We've got one rower out front. Let's pick up who that is. That's out there on the far side. Let's see what I can get here coming through. That looks like Timaru coming through the middle. Timaru and Burnside High School. Timaru is Alana Berry Rankin. And Burnside is Megan McMoran. So they're probably sitting in 3rd and 4th. Sorry, Timaru in 2nd. In front, though, in lane number 9, is Canterbury 1. That's Stella Cook. So Stella's got about a length and a smidgen. Just looking across from lane 9, T9. Holding on to that lead. That lead has closed slightly. There's some good work from Timaru in lane 5. That's Alana Berry Rankin. She's closed it up. She's not wanting to give it away. Down on the inside here, we're looking at Burnside. Lane number 4 have just been overtaken by lane 2. Lane 2 from Wanaka, that's Anna Wells. She's got in front of Burnside. She's just run out of steam. It's also closed up here. I tell you what, Timaru have got a lovely row on there. And lane number 5 takes the lead as they come down. The last 20 metres to go. She's very much got in front. Half a boat length. A whole boat length. Good power from Timaru. It is a boat length. She goes across the line. Timaru take it. Timaru, Alana Berry Rankin over Canterbury Stella Cook. Then down on the inside, we come to Wanaka Anna Wells. And then Burnside High School Megan Moran. Then there's a plethora of boats coming across the line now. There's 3 or 4 of them together. There the buzzer goes. So well done. It's the first 3 through to the A final. There's another race coming down. Again, it's the Women's Club Single Schools. This is heat number 3. 3 of 3. Yes, it is indeed. 3 of 3. So in this race, we've got Timaru in lane 1. Dunstanarm lane 2. Waihopai in lane 3. Wakatipu in lane 4. Union 2 in lane 5. North End 3 in 6. Wairo in lane number 7. Wanaka 3 in lane 8. And Invercargill 1 in lane 9. So racers coming thick and fast. It's a feast of quick racing when we come in from the 1,000, but that's obviously being dictated by the weather. The conditions don't look too bad at the moment, but it's certainly a very steady breeze coming through. It's definitely come back a little bit from earlier on today. Wonderful to see plenty of hats being worn. Some lovely orange hats there. Unsure what club that is, but I do like orange. As they're coming through now, let's have a look and see who's out in front. And again, we look over to the far side, and that's looking like Waro in lane number 7. Let me just confirm that. Lane number 7, yes it is indeed. That's Lexi Timpson. Lexi's got her nose in front there by a good couple of lengths, and then there's going to be a great battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. We've got a gaggle of boats there. Timaru, Dunstan, Waihopai, and that is in lane number 4, Wakatipu. So we got Wakatipu Pippa. She's sitting in 5th at the moment. Down on the inside, Timaru. That's Nadine van den Bosch. She's holding into 2nd just at the moment over Waihopai, which is Thea Hoyle. It's all closing up. I tell you what, Dunstanarm are getting involved. That's Olivia Pybenga. Remember these names from last year. Over on the far side, though, still in front. Lane number 7, that is Lexi Timpson. She's going to take the win. Timaru in lane number 1. Lane number 1, Nadia van den Bosch comes 2nd. Waihopai get into 3rd. Dunstanarm, Olivia Pybenga take 4th. And then it is Wakatipu, Pippa McAtamy, who comes across the line. And then again, we've got a few just coming through over the far side. Well done to all those rowers. That's the Women's Club Singles. Lane number 3. Let's just look at the time. We've got a new computer system running with us at the moment, so I'm not too sure these times are right. We've got 8:33 for Alana. I'm not convinced that's correct time, but anyway, the 1, 2 and 3 go through, which is great to see. Really good work from the safety boat on that last race there. Got the rower out of the water quickly, which is the most important thing. Got hold of that boat and got it through to the side before the next race came through. So well done to that safety crew. And obviously a big shout out to all of our volunteers for all of the time that they put in and all the work that they do. So always have to remember, without the volunteers, we don't have racing. So well done to everyone putting their time in out there. We've got the men's novice double sculls coming through now. Let's have a look at these crews. We've got Twiseley in lane 1, Timaru in lane 2, North End in lane 3. Otago 4, I believe, have been scratched. Lane 5 is Wanaka. Lane 6 is St. Bede's College. 7, Wakatipu 2. Cure Boating Club in lane number 8. And Otago in lane number 9. So, Just checking on the wind one there, and yeah, it's all looking pretty good, pretty okay. Oh yes, there's some young rowers in this. Always can be a bit of a mixture with a novice. Quite a spread on the field, but if we look out to the far side, that looks like Cure Boating Club. Yep, it's Cure Boating Club, who are well out in front. That's lane number 8, Liam Barrett and Ethan McGrath. They've got a good couple of lengths there, so well done to Cure. Coming back from Cure in the middle, in black and red, is St. Bede's, Carter Connolly and Isaac Giera. They're just sitting in second, but down on the inside in a sleeper lane, there's Twizel, knowledge of the local waters, David White and Desmond Karakura. They're doing well. Oh, there's been a little issue there for St. Bede's. They've got out of time. They've stopped. They've got going again, but it wasn't quite a boat stopper, but it was close to it. And that has given Twizel nice little time there to get their rowing coming through, and they're doing very well. Still well out in front in lane number 8. That is the Cure Boating Club. They've probably got 6 lengths. Oh, Twizel have just had an issue now as well. I think there's some wind coming through that's causing some challenges to these Novi rowers. Anyway, well done these boys in lane number 1. Excellent work. Lane number 1 there, that's David and Desmond. They have got, oh yeah, they have got into second. St. Bede's again have had another issue. Here we come through. That's Cure going to take the win. They've done. Twizel are going to come through in lane number 1. Lane number 1, they're going to come through. It's challenging conditions for these Novi rowers as they come through. Oh, yes, they keep rowing, boys. Don't stop. St. Bede's are trying to hold on to third. They want to hold on to third. They're coming under pressure from Wakatipu, but I think they're going to do it just. Twice will go over the line. St. Bede's. Oh, it's very close to call. That'll be a photo finish. I think Wakatipu was certainly putting them under pressure there. So well done. Well done there to the Twizel crew. I think they came in second. And obviously Cure Boating Club take first. Second heat of the men's novice double sculls. I can give you some names this time because it looks like I've got a little bit of time. They're not already on the course. So heat number 2. It's the first 2 who progress and then the 2 next fastest through to the A final. So there's quite a few heats of this. We've got St. Bede's College, Dara Lynch and Ashton Corcoran. Timaru, we've got Reuben Brown and Luke Todd. Wakatipu in lane 3, Benjamin Wilson and Sam Rhodes. Wanaka in lane 4, which is Hugo Sinclair and Alex Pedersen. In lane 5, Union 1, Paul Izzett and Chaz Todd Hunter. In lane 6, St. Thomas of Canterbury, Connor Frost and Luke Sweeney. Lane 7, Otago Boys High, Leo Garden and Crew Holland. Lane 8, Otago 5, Noah McCobre and Ryan Cleghorn. And in lane 9, last but not least, Avon 1, Ashley Gutheridge and Elliot Nye. So, they're on the course. The starters, I'm pretty sure it'll be Justin, keeping them flowing through. So we lost a little bit of time earlier, but they're obviously, with these quick heats, or quicker heats, I should say, it's still challenging weather conditions. They will be making up a bit of time. I can see down in the bay there, actually the sun is shining across there and there's looking picture perfect, if with a little bit of a ripple on the lake. But they're certainly lining all those next races up. So they're getting very organised down there, which is great to see. And that'll certainly help with the flow of getting races through while we can, because obviously we're all very aware of the wind likes to pick up. Oh, I've got a wave there. Hello, yes, I'm new, so I have to get the binoculars out there. I can't see anymore. Oh, yes, there he is. Good to see you. Good to see you. Cheers. Yeah, and it's excellent to see that the older gentlemen in the crowd are wearing their hats. They do have a rigorous skincare program. I know in the morning that they do like to lather up because the sun and the wind is quite drying down here. But well done, Mr. Smith. Good to see you. Okay, as we come back into this race, let's have a look now. Timaru down on the inside. There's another composite crewing featuring Timaru and Wakatipu. A Union are out there. There's a couple of very young rowers. I'm going to try and pick this up for, I'm thinking it's Otago Boys High. They, excellent work. They've got their red hats on there. Well done. We can also see Otago out there. Over on the far side there, that must be Avon. It's a close race, this. Close race. I think there's a little bit of benefit being down on these inside lanes. It's slightly smoother, and Timaru are going along nicely in lane number 2. Lane number 2, let's have a look and see who that is. That's Reuben Brown and Luke Todd. They've just got their noses in front. Oh, there's a crew who's had a bit of a challenge there. That's Avon, who've just been overtaken by the very young crew in lane number 8, which is Otago 5. That's Noah McCoubrey and Ryan Cleghorn. Excellent work from those boys. Doing really well. Avon have just had a bit of an issue there, and the red caps in lane number 8, that's Otago. Noah and Ryan have gone past them, and they're sitting in 3rd place. Well done. I think that's Union in the middle in lane number 5. Let's have a look at Union in lane number 5. That's Paul Izzett and Chaz Todd Hunter. Well done, gentlemen. But I'm taking the lead and going to take the win in lane number 2. Lane number 2, that looks like Timaru, Reuben Brown, Luke Todd, coached by Brian Smith and Jamie Rawson. Well done. They go over the line. Union are going to come next, or just getting ahead is the composite crew in lane 3. They've just sneaked into 3rd, and that is Benjamin Wilson and Sam Rhodes. They're going to take 3rd. And over on the far side, the red caps of Otago 5, Noah McCoubrey and Ryan Cleghorn, they've held on to 4th. That's an excellent row from those young rowers. Well done. Great work. We're through into heat number 3 now. Let's pick up heat number 3. I won't have time to give you the names, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll give you the crews who are racing. North End 2, Oamaru 1, Otago 2, Otago Boys High 1, St Thomas of Canterbury, Union 2, Timaru 32, Wanaka 4, and Wakatipu 3. And let's get an early call, and it's the yellow boat. The yellow boat over on that far side there. There's Timaru in the mix again. It's Timaru in the mix. That's George Talbot and Lewis O'Sullivan, but they are just behind Wakatipu, if I'm not, apologies, Wanaka, Joseph Coombe and Mackenzie Whiston. Let's just make sure I've got that right. Yes, that is lane number 8. That's Wanaka 4, Joseph and Mackenzie, and they've actually just dropped behind now. It is Timaru in lane 7. Timaru in lane 7, George Talbot and Lewis O'Sullivan. They've got half a boat length on them. There's definitely some challenging conditions here. Down on the inside, oh look, and Timaru have caught one there. Down on the inside though, again we have the red caps. I can't see their number because it's probably blown away, to be brutally honest with you. But that is, I'm going to call, that is, that's got to be Otago. Harrison Tonkin and Max Porter. Yes, it is. It is indeed. And just inside them is Oamaru 1, which is Mana and Thomas. They're sitting maybe in 5th. So let's quickly come back to who's going over the line now. That is Timaru going over the line in lane number 7. So Timaru lane number 7. That's George and Lewis over on the far side in the yellow boat in lane number 9. That's Wakatipu 3, Louis Del Cruz and Cameron Hall. Next, we have the red caps. The red caps, there's no number on that boat, but I'm calling that lane number 3, which is Otago 2. That's Harrison Tonkin and Max Porter. Well done there. Now we have Oamaru 1, Mana Fisa'alu and Thomas Isbista. Apologies for the pronunciation. I've got that wrong. Yeah, that's lane number 2. Well done. And then just over the side there, we lane number 5. That's the young rowers from St. Thomas of Canterbury, Jack Dunn and Andre Simpson. Well done. They've gone over the line, all looking good. So that's another heat. That's heat 3. Heat 4 is still lining up, so I'll have a little bit of more time here to give you some names. So I hope you're all enjoying the feast of racing we're having today. It's great to be back down here on the water and seeing all these young rowers and some of the older rowers getting back into the water and having a great time, and sure they're blowing a few cobwebs away, and particularly with these challenging weather conditions when it's so gusty coming through. So let's have a look at the heat number 4. In lane 1 from North End 3, Max Lowry and Elijah Trunson. Lane 2, Otago 1, Oliver Colling and Dan O'Brien. Lane 3 is Nelson 1, Omar Kwawas and Lucas Swarbrick. Wakatipu 4 in lane number 4, Ollie Watson and Finn Bell. Lane 5, Timaru 31, Wilf Robinson and Finn Gollins. Lane number 6 is Scratch from Kashmir. Lane 7, Omaru 2, Calper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. Lane number 8, Timaru 33, Harry Shearer and Cooper Gordon. And in Wanaka are in lane number 9, which is William Pascoe and Harry Hope. Well, I'm sure his hopes are running high for an excellent race today. So they're underway, they're on the water. Okay, so getting the binoculars on here. It looks like we might have had a couple of crews dropping out. So down on the inside lane is that could well be the Nelson crew. Oh, let's have a look going back. Yeah, okay, that is North End. Lane number 2, that's Otago, Oliver Colling and Dan O'Brien. There's about 4 boats across here. So it's Otago in the mix. Then we got Timaru. That's Timaru is Wilf Robinson and Finn Gollins. They are neck and neck with the Omaru crew of Calper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. And then outside of them, we see a second Timaru crew, Harry Shearer and Cooper Gordon. They're about a length back, and it's definitely the blue and white of Otago 1 in lane number 2. Just keeping it consistent there, moving along nicely, not being too frenzied. That's Oliver Colling and Dan O'Brien. They've got a good lead. Got a good lead now. They can just manage this from here. Again, remembering that these are men's novice double sculls, so there'll be a mixture of ages here. So, but these boys are being smooth and consistent, and that's all you need to do. Once you've got yourselves in front with these weather conditions, just manage that distance, and they're looking very good. Well done to lane number 2, Otago 1, Oliver and Dan. Second is turning into a battle. Omaru 2 have unfortunately gone a bit squiffy there. Let's look at Timaru, make sure they're in their lane. They're young rowers there in lane number 5. Wilf and Finn. There we go. Over the line is Otago. That's number 1. Second at the moment is Timaru. They stay in their lane. Yep, they're looking good in the lane. That's Wilf and Finn. That's lane number 5. They're going to come second. And third is going to be the Wakatipu crew in lane number 4. Yes, it is indeed. Lane 4, Ollie Watson, Finn Bell. They get first, second, third. Omaru have just dropped behind the crew on the far side. That's another Timaru crew. So Timaru, oh, it might be closer than I thought. I think they're actually racing past the line now. They've gone past the line, unfortunately. Yeah, Omaru don't know that. Oh, they've fallen in. Oh, they've fallen in. That they seemed to pick up the pace after they went over the line. That's the young crew from Omaru, Cooper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. They'd gone over the line, and then they seemed to do a race start, which unfortunately tipped them out. But their safety boat is there. I can see them. Yeah, they're both getting on board. Maybe they just wanted a quick wash. Maybe they missed their shower this morning. Who knows? But they're both okay. They're going to head back to that boat now and grab hold of that. Luckily, we've got a bit of a break before, a bit of a distance, in the racing. Bit of a gap in the racing, so they'll have time to get that out of the way. So, well done. All the fun of the fair there. There's been a few little dips in the lake. We're still... Oh, now we've got the men's masters single sculls. Okay, so this is the men's masters single sculls, and obviously got a special shout out here to these rowers. Union, that's Dominic Mahoney in lane 1. Twiser 1 is Kelvin Maker, who does a huge amount of work and obviously coaching. Avon 3 is Ian Cartwright. A big shout out to Ian. You go well. I know he's been training hard. Union 1 is Benedict Liebing. Dunstan Arm is Quentin Annan. Avon 1 is Dave Veronese. Canterbury 1 is Blair Clapworthy. Ashburton 1 is Peter Armstrong. Avon 2 is Steve Glenn. And Dunstan Arm 2 is Khan Kawate. So, I'll be looking here to see how Kelvin's off-season training has been going, along with Ian Cartwright in lane number 3. So looking over there, we can see there is a Avon rower in lane number 6. Lane number 6. They might have moved these lanes around. Down on the inside, we've got Union in lane number 1. They're sitting in second. That's Dominic Mahoney. Kelvin, I think, is just sitting back from him. Yes, that's right. That's Kelvin from Twisel Colours. Ian's having a very gentle row out the back. He's enjoying the scenery, and he likes staying near the safety boat. I'm very aware of that. He's very health and safety conscious as a business consultant, and he does like the safety boat. I think he's having a chat to them as well. But coming across the line is, or heading towards the line, lane number 6. It's lane number 6. It's Dave Veronese, who's just holding on. Oh, it's going to be close on the line. Big finish from lane 1 from Union. Big finish. Oh, I think he's got it. He's got it. Union Dominic comes second. We've got Canterbury. Avon, getting first there. Third is Kelvin. Kelvin comes in third. Then we have from Dunstan in lane 5, Quentin Annan. So there we go. Well done, all those Masters rowers. There's now another gaggle of rowers coming over. That's Ashburton. Here we got Union. Over on the far side, another Dunstan rower. Then we come in the middle there in lane 7. That's Canterbury. And Ian is driving hard to the line now, looking really good as he's making his way over. Well done to the men's masters single sculls. Now we come to the girls under 18 coxless pair. So girls under 18 coxless pair. It's heat number 1. The first 5 go through to the A final. So you want to be in the mix. We've got Timaru in lane 1, Christchurch Girls lane 2, Christchurch Girls lane 3. Marion College have scratched. Ashburton lane 5. Rangi in lane 6. North End 7. Kashmir in lane 8. And Timaru in 11. So let's have a look. Again, the race is well underway. They're coming down to the last 250. They're inside the 250. They're into the yellow boys. And that is Kashmir. Kashmir. That's Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham. Shouldn't be surprised. Those girls had a good rowing season last year. There's a couple of boats getting very close together there. That's the Ashburton crew, who seem to be straying into the Rangi lane. But as we have it at the moment, it is Kashmir. It is in lane number 8. Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham, coached by Matt Allen and Joe Young. They've got a good 3 or 4 lengths. Sitting in second is Timaru. They'll come under a bit of pressure if they're not careful, but they're out there in the Timaru crew, Lily Richards and Lily Grant. So the 2 Lilies, they're holding into second, but they're coming under pressure from the Rangi crew. And again, Ashburton have gone out of their lane. They'll come under a flag there. That's lane number 5. They're definitely impinging on the Rangi crew, in my opinion, but I'm not the umpire. Kashmir take the win. Over on the far side, Timaru are going to hold on for second. Rangi in lane 6 are going to take third. Down on the inside, a good row from lane number 1. That's Timaru again. Emily and Annabelle. I think the Ashburton crew in lane 5 will come under a bit of a flag there, because they definitely ended up in the Rangi lane. But anyway, 5-5 go through. The last of the crews are coming over the line now. Race number 28. So we're moving along. Again, looking out to the bay, I can see that they've got plenty of boats on the water. It's looking like an armada out there. In fact, memories of when I was in Singapore recently, and that wonderful building where you look down onto the racetrack. I was there just before Formula 1. The racetrack was all getting ready, and you look out into the bay, Hull Long Bay, if I remember correctly, and there's just thousands of massive boats. It's absolutely amazing, and it really is a hub for logistics and transport and trade, and very warm, unsurprisingly. But anyway, did enjoy it. Managed to have a Singapore sling at Raffles, which was great. It was closed when I was there in the early 90s, playing cricket on the main square there, right in the centre. They were doing it up, and it really is a fabulous building. But anyway, the boats are lining up down in the bay. They'll be getting them all organised, and hopefully the messages are getting through to the boat park of the times that we're now running on. Let's have a look at this second heat of the race number 28. Girls under 18 coxless pairs. It's heat 2. Remember, again, it's the first 5 who go through to the final. The first 5 who go through to the final. Gentlemen, back with you now. Let's have a look through binoculars. We've got here the girls under 18 coxless pair. This is heat 2. The first 5 go through, and it does seem to me that wind, they're definitely getting some gusts coming through, but this is going to be quite a close heat. There's some splashing out there. It's challenging rowing conditions for these young rowers, and Wairo are following behind Rangi. Look out on the far side. It's always difficult out in those outer lanes. That to me looks like Christchurch Girls High School who are in the mix. Down on the inside, let's see what we've got happening down here. That's another Christchurch Girls High School. That's Kate Ryle and Kate Smith. Experienced rowers there. Oh, down on the inside, we've got Twizel. That's Sade Mason and Kira Tyne. The girls under 18, there's some good rowers in this heat. Again, one of the Rangi crews has just dropped back. We've got a Invercargill are going, oh, they've got a flag. They're going across the course rather than down it. Hopefully they can straighten that out before they get in Rangi Ruru as well. Oh, Rangi, they've lost a hat nearly. There's a big squall coming through now. This is definitely more challenging. A few of the boats are going across over there. We look at Rangi, or they're going across the course as well. They've definitely come out of their lane. There's about 4 boats in 2 lanes over on the far side here. Wairo, they've just big splash, but they're sticking with Rangi. I don't think Rangi are in their correct lane, to be honest with you. Oh no, they're lane 6. They're more like in lane 8 now, but never mind. And there's lane 8. That is Ashburton following those 2 crews down. Coming through the middle is lane number 3. They might have just moved these lanes around. I think they're getting blown sideways. Oh yeah, it's definitely some winds picking up here. Anyway, the safety boats, there's now a couple of the umpire boats there and the safety boat. At the moment, looking like lane number 6. Lane number 6, that's Rangi Ruru Girls School. That's Lucy Vance and Sophie Cuzzle. They're going to go over the first, although they're in a different lane. Lane number 7, that is Wairo. They've been blown out a little bit as well. There's one buzzer, so I'm going to call that is lane number 6, Rangi, who won that. Then over on the far side, that is Wairo, who've crossed really wide there. In fact, they've actually just clipped the big red buoy. They're all being blown across. Down on the inside, that's Twizel. They've now stopped. That wind is literally stopping them. Then was 4th was Ashburton, and then 5th was lane number 3, who ended up in about lane number 6. So a little bit of chaos there with boats all over the show. To be fair, I don't think it was their fault. I think it's just they had some big gusts there that came through. So, whew, well done to those. We're now into race number 29, which is the men's open double sculls, heat 1. It's the first 5 to the final. Let's have a look who we've got here. Otago 2, Dunstan Arm 1, Wairo 2, Cure Boating Club 3, No Avon in lane 5. Lane 6 is Dunstan Arm. Lane 7 is Canterbury 2. 8 is Wairo 1. And lane number 9 is Avon 2. So let's pick this up. There's definitely been an increase in the gusts coming through and the wind coming through. I know the safety boats will be talking to the race organisers. There's no way you can race in that bay now. That is very, very choppy. Lots of prancing horses. So as we make their way down, these are the men's open double sculls. So they're experienced rowers. I can see Avon out there. In the middle, Dunstan. Dunstan are coming through. That's Connor Davison and Hamish Yeatman. Hamish Yeatman of Lincoln University as well, if I'm not mistaken. So let's have a look at down on the inside, another Dunstan crew. That's Henry Clapworthy and Angus Kenny. Again, a good couple of rowers. They've gone away from lane number 1, which is Otago 2, Charlie and Oliver. So Charlie and Oliver have dropped a few lengths back. Wairo, Finn Allison and Liam Collins, they're a couple of lengths back from that Dunstan crew, and they're having a race with Cure. That's the Jacob Wadley and Flynn Mercer. So they're probably sitting in 4th and 5th. Just have a look. There's a boat way out there. Oh, okay, that must be a different race. Avon sitting in fourth. Avon are sitting in fourth. In winning is the Dunstan crew. Dunstan crew in lane number 6. Connor and Hamish. They've got their noses in front, but down on the inside is the second, lane number 2. They've got a better run on that lane number 2. Henry Clapworthy and Angus Kenny. They've now got half a boat length, maybe a boat length actually. They've had a good run there. So it's Dunstan leading, Dunstan second. In third is lane number 7. That's Canterbury. James Martin and Angus Cull. Yeah, I think there's definitely some benefit down here. Lane number 2, they're looking strong. They're coming through. They've won this by 2 or 3 boat lengths now. That's Dunstan Arm, Henry and Angus. They go over the line. Dunstan Arm 3 are holding on to second. Lane number 6, yeah, they're going to take second. Third is going to go to the crew in lane 7. That's Canterbury. And then we've got Wido coming over the line, and then Cure Boating Club over the line. Over the far side, there we have Avon in lane 9 going over. So experienced rowers there, but challenging conditions. We look at the next race. Men's Open double sculls. Again, it's the first 5 crews who go through. We've got Nelson in lane 1, Otago lane 1, Canterbury lane 1, Canterbury in lane 3, Avon in lane 4, Cure Boating Club in 5, Avon in lane 6, Nelson in lane 7, Dunstan Arm in lane 8, and Cure Boating Club again in lane 9. Very challenging conditions here. As we pick them up, looks like we've got a Nelson Wiro composite crew. They've got their noses in front. Second is Dunstan, along with one of the Cure Boating Clubs in the middle of the Cure. That's Will and Alex. They're probably sitting in second. Down on the inside, there's the red caps of Otago. That's Matthew and Angus. Right down the inside here, we've got Nelson. Nelson, they're probably sitting in about 5th. So Nelson, Sam and Rico down in lane 1. They're about a length back on the Otago pair of Matthew and Angus. Then we come into the middle. It's Cure Boating Club. That's Will and Alex. They're sitting in second. Leading is that composite crew in lane 7. That's Fred Vavasseur and Ollie Stevens. Over on the far side in lane number 8, that's the Dunstan Arm crew of Matthew King and Jed McIntosh. So we're coming through now. Coming through, it is that composite crew are just holding on. A very good drive here from the young crew in lane number 2. That's Matthew O'Meara and Angus Lowe. They're going to put them under pressure for... Oh, there you go. They've held on to the win. Composite crew. Then we have Otago coming through second. Then we have Cure coming through third. Down on the inside, that's Nelson. Then we go to Canterbury. Over on the far side, Dunstan Arm. And then we have the rest coming over now. Okay. Up the women's intermediate coxed 8. This is there's only one heat. They all progress to the final. Interesting to see some big boats going over the water now. Let's have a look who we've got rowing. We've got Union Composite in lane 1, Timaru in lane 2, Burnside in lane 3, Kashmir in lane 4, Avon in lane 5, Nelson in lane 6, Wakatipu in lane 7, Cromwell in lane 8, and St Andrews College in 9, with Cure Boating Club in lane 10. So it really is. Get the drums out here, because Kashmir are coming down. They're sitting in second place. Leading is Wakatipu, who are actually neck and neck with lane number 8, which is St Andrews. Sorry, could be lane number 9. It is. That's St Andrews. That's St Andrews in lane 9. Oh, big splash there. Big splash. There's some challenging gusts coming through. But listen, that St Andrews crew are right up there. Again, another big splash as that wind comes across. And Wakatipu and St Andrews. Wakatipu and St Andrews. All to play for in the middle. That's Avon chasing down Kashmir. Avon are putting a drive onto Kashmir. Oh, there's a boat. That's Burnside. They're going across the lake. They've got to get back into lane 3. Timaru are sitting in 5th. Timaru in 5th. St Andrews have just dropped off. The other two crews are putting them under pressure. Kashmir have got in front of Avon. And they're having a big drive right to line. Too late, I think. Too late. There's going to be a great race to watch tomorrow. Wakatipu are going to take the win. Kashmir get into second. St Andrews hold on to third. Avon take 4th. Timaru take 5th. Burnside High School got back in their lane and they take 6th. And down on the inside, Union Composite. Whoa, big racing there all over. Again, it's proving those outside lanes are very difficult. Very difficult. Cure Boating Club really got hit by the wind badly there. That's the women's intermediate coxed 8. It looks to me like they've not got any more boats ready to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they've put it on hold just for a minute, because previously they were putting boats into the bay and letting them line 2 or 3 races up ahead. But I have a feeling that they've pulled the pin on that. I can't see any more boats lining up. So just give me a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back with you and let you know more. But I'm going to make a call that I think they have just going to have to put it on a hold for a little bit here and see what happens to that wind, because it has definitely picked up. It's, I'd say, more than doubled. There is a white flag out from the umpire boat. They'll be talking. I'll be back with you soon when I know more, but yeah, there's definitely no boats on the water down there now. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and obviously it was good that we could get the 8s through there. Probably, I would say, with the conditions now, we're going to be just on hold for a little while. As I hear more about any expected times or restarts, I'll let you know. But certainly from up here, looking down into the bay, there's no way of us rowing, obviously, on the 2K. If they do start, it'll be back from the 1,000 again. But I don't have any information for you yet. As soon as I know more, I'll come back on and let you know. Thank you. Bye.
FM One Republic, Dear Santa. I'm at in town right now, already quite busy with a lot of Christmas shopping being done, and we'll be like that for the next 3 weekends or so. But if you've got gifts that you need to get to friends and whānau overseas, you need to get those sent off soon. Asia, Europe, North America, South Pacific and the UK. Your last chance is to express send those by Friday the 15th of December. Aussie, Monday 11th of December, this coming Monday, that's your last chance to courier those gifts. After that, add another week onto that and you are going to have to express ship those gifts. Obviously, we've got a bit more time in Aotearoa. But anyway, George Ezra coming up next, and your cue to text to win a $100 BP voucher inside the next 10.
More FM has your summer sorties.
All thanks to the delicious Aoraki salmon.
We're giving away a $1,000 summer starter prize pack every weekday. It includes a brand new barbecue,
A grocery voucher.
and an Aoraki salmon hamper. Your next chance to win is Monday.
You'll want to listen throughout the day for the cue to call to get in the draw. JJ and Flinny might just give you a call after 5 p.m.
All thanks to Aoraki Salmon. Experience artisan crafted smoked salmon.
More FM.
The More FM Timaru What's On Guide with Newlands Auto Electrical, your local supplier and installer of ARB 4x4 products. See them in store at Washdike Timaru.
It's a great day out for the whole family. The Omarama Rodeo. It's on the 28th of December. Licensed food vendors and bar on site. 10 a.m. start, and the main event kicks off at 2 o'clock. For tickets, it's adults $20, $5 for 10 to 15-year-olds, and under 10's free. Turnoff State Highway 8, just past the Ahuriri Bridge. Dogs, glass items, and alcohol are prohibited.
With 60% off doorbusters and up to half price off store-wide at Briscoe's this weekend, make your Christmas spread magnificent and bring on the festive cheer. See online for T's and C's. Merry Christmas, New Zealand.
Get it sorted with cheap as deals. Get 50% on a Fuller Pro 10-piece screwdriver set, now $23.99, and save $34 on a Bosch quarter grinder, now $45. Purchase them and supply limited stock. Cheap as deals. In Sunday at Mitre 10.
It's Meat Week, and we've got great deals on all your entertaining meats, like ham that's a hit at parties,
In case you're wondering what's happening, although it's pretty obvious when you have a look out in front of you, we are officially on hold until 12 o'clock. So let's hope that in the next 30 minutes this wind just dies down, sods off, and we can get on with the racing. But no doubt we'll have an update for you at 12 o'clock. across to Columba in lane 3. I can't see Villa Maria, who are supposed to be in lane 2, nor can I not see Marion, who should be in lane 4, unless they're behind the pole. But looks like that crew just to the left of the umpire boat has got away pretty cleanly, which is going to be Columba, but on the outside it will be Nelson and Rangiruru will be the crews to watch in this race. They've already pulled well clear, these two crews of inside of them, Columba and Christchurch Girls High School 1. So this is Heat 1. The progression is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. We'll go through to the final tomorrow and the rest will be eliminated. So we've got 5 crews out there. If they remain as they are now, they'll all go through to that final tomorrow. But it is Nelson just ahead by a boat length over Rangiruru. We would go back down inside of them in position to Christchurch Girls High. And then we come across to, is it Marion there? You're not much between Columba and Christchurch Girls High School. And we go back down into Columba number 3 there in lane 3. Next race, of course, will be the second heat of the girls under 16 Cox 4. They're just making their way down in formation as the flotilla of the next lot of races come down. Down through towards the 500 metre mark comes this first race. They'll all have their 2K race plans, but not unusual to have to shorten to 1K with some of the spring weather. So Nelson nicely 2 boat lengths. They are now over Rangiruru, just in neck and neck between Rangiruru and Columba number 1. Then we go to Christchurch and Columba number 3. So heat number 2 will be Otago Girls High School number 1 in lane 2, Avonside Girls High School 1 in lane 3, Columba College 4 in lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 2 in lane 5, Whanaka 1 will be in lane 6 and Columba College 2 in lane 7. Rangiruru Girls School number 1 will be in lane 8 in that second heat. So thank you to the earlier commentators. Clive's now got himself all dosed up in sunscreen, several pairs of sunglasses and 6 hats. He's off for a walk. 2 boat lead now to Nelson. Back inside to Rangiruru. Oh, just Trav there did the stroke person for Rangiruru. Not easy conditions still, but better than what they were before. And Columba College now pulled ahead of Rangiruru. So Columba there are looking quite strong in second position. Doing it easy though are Nelson on the outside lane. Very clean and tidy given the conditions they've got out there. It's not so easy, but there's very little splash coming off that Nelson boat. Back inside second would be Columba number 1. And then it is Rangiruru just falling a wee bit behind now as Christchurch Girls High School go past them. So just needing to get it back together again out Rangiruru. A little bit of chop in their lane. Christchurch Girls now just pulling up alongside Columba number 1. And then inside of them, pulling up alongside them will be Columba number 3 as that jolly wind can just go away, please. It's just gusting through again. We can do without it. Heat number 2 lined up there. Looks like we've got all 8 in that race. Heading up through a couple of hundred metres, 150 metres to go now for this first heat of the girls under 16 Cox 4. And just kept on pushing away down here in lane number 3. Have Columba College 3 just pulling up alongside Christchurch Girls. Columba number 1 in second position, following behind the Nelson crew, and Rangiruru number 2 just dropping out the back now in 5th, but they'll all go through to the final. They'll all be better for the experience in this race. Most of them, this will be the second, some still their first year of rowing. 100 metres to go now for the Nelson crew. They've got a boat length over Columba number 1. Back inside, three quarters of a boat length back to the Christchurch Girls number 1. Then we go another boat length back to Columba number 3. And they'll be a boat length and a half ahead of Rangiruru. But as they come down now with around about 30 metres to go, finishing strongly now, Columba. Oh, they just got a nasty catch in there, did Columba number 1, but they'll still finish second. Got back to half a boat length on Nelson to go over and take the buzzer now. Then it's Columba sort of struggling a wee bit to stay in their lane. They'll need to push out a wee bit. They've got second, third to the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Going across now will be Columba number 3, and then following them over will be Rangiruru number 2. All crews through to the final. As we look down the course, just waiting for a start in this next heat. Outside lane as you look at it on the right-hand side, Rangiruru number 1. And we come in from the left hand, we see Columba College number 2, Whanaka number 1, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Columba number 4, as they're away in the second heat. A little bit of splash down there. Away evenly with Rangiruru Columba, and the side of them to Whanaka. Back across we come to Christchurch Girls High School, Columba 4, Avonside Girls 1 and Otago Girls down there in lane number 2. So Otago Girls, Amelia Chalice, Mila Hill, Sophie Moores, Millie Hoata and Ruby Merriman, the Cox. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Gabby Chapman, Jamie Reid, Olivia Lycan, Lydia Monk and Anika Johnson as the Cox. Columba College 4, Siobhan Brennan, Ella Colquhoun, Charlie Smith and Isla Petty with Kiara Patterson, the Cox. Christchurch Girls High School number 2 is Emerson Lowe, Izzy Parsons, Molly Seaver, Lily Fan, Constance Milligan, the Cox. Wanaka 1 is Lucy Radford, Sienna Marsden, Ebony Howes, Fenella Millen and Lauren Bensman, she's the Cox. Sarah Stevens, Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Hannah Bloxham and Kate Baskerville, Cox down that. Columba College number 2. And then out there in lane 8, doing quite nicely at this early stage, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Tyler Gibbard, Sophia Harris, Georgie Stalker, Alice Duffy and Sophia Saar is the Cox. Second though would be Columba just inside. Go right down here into lane 2. You can see Otago Girls number 1 making a good job of it. Across from them, Columba College number 4. Just ahead of inside of them, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. On their right shoulder, slightly ahead of them, is Wanaka 1. Those three crews, they'd like a few clues on how to finish the race. Columba, Christchurch and Wanaka are all getting a bit close together there, so the umpires will be just making sure they're steering a little bit better than what they are now. Then we go across to Columba number 2 and Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Second heat of the girls under 16 Cox 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 through to the final. So 2 are going to miss out here. And something's happened to that Avonside Girls crew. By the look of it, they just pulled back a wee bit. Otago Girls looking strong outside of them. So a nice line up there now. If we go across from the left-hand side, Otago Girls, then you'll see alongside the middle of the course with the orange caps is Columba number 4. Otago Girls will be in front now, I think. They just went a wee bit sideways then. Then we go across to, on the outside, Rangiruru, back in the middle to Wanaka. Friendly conditions for them. Then either side of them, not much between them, Columba College and Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Just pushing nicely is that crew from Columba number 4 pushing up alongside Otago Girls. Those are your 3 leaders, Columba College, Otago Girls, and across on the outside to Rangiruru. Not so easy out them for them in lane number 8. Under pressure, 2 rows across from Wanaka. So 2 crews to miss out. It's going to be challenging for Avonside Girls down there in lane number 3. Next race lining up, race 34 with the girls under 17 Cox 4. Just a straight heat all through to the final in that race. $250 metres to run now though for the second heat of the girls under 16 Cox 4. And nice work here from Otago Girls. Handling these challenging conditions quite nicely. Half a boat length over Columba College now. Those 2 well ahead of Rangiruru. Back inside from Rangiruru, go across to Wanaka, now pushing through on them. They'd be 3rd, so Rangiruru back to 4th. Middle of the field to Christchurch Girls High School, across the top to Columba College number 2. And then we come back to Avonside Girls. So Columba College number 2 with some work to do to get through to the final. Number 2 crew looking pretty comfortable there. Well coxed there by Kate coming down the course. Just pulling up nicely alongside Otago Girls, but these 2 crews have done what they need to do. And it looks like joining them in that final will be Christchurch Girls, Wanaka and Rangiruru. Very little between those 3 crews. 50 metres to go now for Columba, have taken half a boat length over Otago, as Otago just quicken up those hands as they come into the last 50 metres, try and get some of that lead back. And responding at Columba, they go down to the line now and take the buzzer. So it'll be Columba by 3/4 of a boat length over Otago Girls. Then we've got 3 boat lengths back to Wanaka, just poking their nose through between Rangiruru and Christchurch Girls. Although Wanaka might want to stay in their lane because it's getting a bit close out there. We need some separation, team. Otherwise, you'll be rowing in as 8. Just pulling away to the outside they go. They go over with the canvas to Wanaka over Christchurch Girls and just back to Rangiruru. Then will be 2 boat lengths back to Columba number 4, and then Avonside Girls making their way into the last 100 metres now to close out heat number 2 of the girls under 16 Cox 4. Looking back up the track we go to the girls under 17 Cox 4. Not sure we've got everybody there actually. we've got, I can see Villa Maria out there in lane number 8, back inside to Christchurch Girls. Right through the middle of the pack in lane 6 is Oamaru. Then we've got a couple of scratchings by the look of it. We go down to lane 2 is Oamaru number 2. Come inside from them is North End, Marion College it is. And we're expecting to see outside of them is Wairo, and we can. They're just in front of the umpire's boat. So Oamaru number 2, Atlanta McDowell Williams, Chloe Southern, Area, Good Sir, Holly Collett, and Quinn Anderson the Coxed. Not sure that North End are there. North End are there, I can see them. Stella Deneen, Georgia Coburn, Honor Garden, Esther Whiteside, Holly Chisholm the Cox. It's Wairo that are not there. Marion are. Sophie Stewart, Charlotte Peterson, Neela Penrose, and Carla Bignall with Sienna Icon the Cox. In lane 6, Oamaru number 1, Kyla Fisselau, Molly O'Sullivan, Sophie Rohrbach, Sophie Spittle, and Bianna King. And these crews rode well last year in the under-16 grade. Just outside of them of Oamaru is Christchurch Girls High School number 1 with Marianne Allegra, Ella Keane, Marley Ross, Annabelle Glasson, and Zoe Sullivan. And then we go back to Villa Maria College 1, Madison Dowling, Ava Smith, Gemma Strick, Sarah Roche, and Caitlin Strick. I'm guessing that they are sisters. But that Oamaru crew, 2 boat lengths they've got over Marion. Then we go back to, not much between North End and Oamaru number 2, is there? Then we go on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School 1, and then just out there in lane 8 would be Villa Maria. So all these crews go through to the final. So if you're new to rowing, you're watching these 4s come down. All crews going through the final, that's what happens. But where they finish today will determine what lanes they get tomorrow. The preferential lanes being the ones right in the middle. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 is where they want to be. So step number 1 is to get through, and step number 2 is to get a good time. And that looks like Oamaru will do that. Looking pretty tidy, they do coming down, but nice style there by the Marion crew. They're working all together, rowing as a crew, going right to a nice finish, rocking forward, up the slide they go. Stu Wade's got that crew working quite nicely. No, it's Izzy Crowther and Tori Cox. My apologies. Oamaru number 2 doing a good job down here in lane 2. As they head up towards 250 metres to go, as Oamaru and Marion lead the crews down the course. Just going past North End now, Oamaru number 2. And then we go back to Christchurch Girls High School 1. Lining up behind them, we're seeing the men's intermediate double sculls. Oh, there's 3 heats of those. Looks like they're underway. So men's intermediate double sculls heat number 1, Avon 4 in lane 1, Ashburton 1 lane 2, Dunstan Arm 2 in lane 3, Otago 1 in lane number 4, lane 5 is Nelson 1, Shirley Boys High School number 2 in lane 6, Twizel number 1 in lane 7, Otago Boys High School out there in lane 8, Whakatipu number 2 are in lane 9, and way out there in lane 10 is Invercargill 1. Coming down here, the finish of this girls under 17 Cox 4, heat number 1, and it's all Oamaru and Marion. Oamaru will go across with a 3/4 boat length lead to take the buzzer now, but just closing in on that, Marion will be a nice final to watch between these 2 crews tomorrow. Then we go back 5 boat lengths to Oamaru number 2, who have got a canvas over the crew from Marion. North End, sorry. And then we go across to Christchurch Girls High School, and then completing the field out there, around about 120 metres to run, will be Villa Maria number 1. So underway already is this men's intermediate double sculls. And Invercargill way out there in lane number 10. I read an interesting article during the week that the Invercargill crew had set a record. They'd rowed for rowing for life in nice charity. They were rowing from the bottom of Stewart Island to Bluff. So rowing northward across Fovo Strait. First crew done in a modern boat. Lots of coverage of that, but that Invercargill crew out there in lane 10 will feel like they're rowing across Fovo Strait. They're so far away from everybody else, but they're second, and behind that Twizel crew. So that's Tane Wilson and Alex Henderson from Invercargill. Come across to, in lane 7, the locals, Ralph Henderson and Jack McClellan. They would be second, very close between them and the Ashburton crew that we've got down here in lane number 1, Peter Armstrong, Caleb Armstrong. Just inside of them is Dunstan 2, Khan Court and Maz Connell. So we're looking for 1, 2 and 3. Then the next fastest to go through to the A final. 4, 5 and 6 plus the 2 next fastest will go through to the B final. What that really means is you want to finish first, second or third. So between these 4 crews, they're giving themselves a good shot. Nice finish coming in from this Ashburton crew. They've got 150 metres to run and they've pushed through on the other crews. So the Armstrongs are going over the top of the crew from Dunstan. Out we go in the middle of the course to Twizel. Twizel now dropping back into 4th, but not much between them and Invercargill. Bit of a ding-dong going between them. Then we come back to the Nelson crew of Miko Harding and Peter Gould. Inside of them from Otago is Mika Hape and Noah McGolbury. Then we go inside to Cameron Digno and Jamie Soper from Avon. Across the middle of the course, Shirley Boys High School, Silas Freeman and Logan Skilden putting on a good showing against some of these physically bigger crews. Good experience for them. Our boat length they go out to do the Ashburton crew down with about 50 metres to run. A boat length they've got over Dunstan. Then we go outside to Invercargill, but Invercargill are under pressure from Twizel. So remember the 1, 2 and 3 go straight through the A final. That's the next fastest. So Twizel and Invercargill fighting for that. Ashburton take the buzzer. Across the line goes Dunstan. Was very little here between Invercargill and the Twizel crew. Invercargill by half a boat length. Oh, it's on the push. I'm going to give that to Twizel. Twizel by a bow ball over Invercargill. Invercargill will be looking out for the next fastest. 4 boat lengths back to Nelson now, then inside to Otago, inside to Avon. We go across the top then to the crew from Whakatipu, and then we'll be back inside to look at the crew from Shirley Boys High School. First heat done there for the men's intermediate double sculls. Men's intermediate double sculls heat 2 is on the course, and if you look at, there's a 4, they must have missed the start. So looking in here, in lane 1 is North End 1 with Isla Tronson and Alex McKeever. Lane 2, Otago 12, Maxwell Cleveland and Jonathan Browning. In lane 3, Otago Boys High School 2, James Henderson and Leo Burgess. Lane 4 is Avon 1, Sam Crosby and Richard Story. Tane Borthwick and Ryan Sargison are Cromwell number 1 in the middle of the course. It's Avon out in front there, though. Look at that from Sam and Richard in lane number 4. In lane 6, it's Otago 11, Alexa Hettrell and Sebastian Hettrell. It's a good old southern name, the Hettrell down there, isn't it? Lane 7 is Oamaru number 1, Lachlan McEwen and Hamish Robertson. Liam Pyle and Christopher McIntosh from Dunstan Arm in lane 8. And out there is Nelson number 2, Blair Lind and Oliver White. But it's all Avon. So again, here we're looking at 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the final and the next fastest. So we're looking at Avon are leading. Then we go across to Dunstan Arm, back inside to the Otago crew. Those are your 3 with Nelson in with a shot. So Nelson want to put some pressure on Otago to get that automatic qualifier, otherwise they're waiting on the next fastest time, and that previous heat went through in 4:16:21. So 4:19 was the 3rd place getting, so we'll be looking to see how they go. 150 metres to go for Avon now, across to Dunstan that have a boat length and a half over them. Then a boat length back to Otago now, making sure of it over the Nelson crew. We're a bit tough out there in lane 10. Come back down here into... Looks like, what do we got there? Lane number 2. It's Otago 12, is it? Yes, it is, in lane number 2. Across to Cromwell, and then we go to Oamaru. Back inside down to Otago Boys High School, and just inside of them is North End. But 50 metres to run now for a very clean and polished looking Otago crew, Sam Crosby and Richard Story. Nice run on their boat. And cleanly in and out together, and over they go to take the buzzer. That's nice rowing for intermediate double sculls. Across the top now will be 2nd place going to Dunstan, back down to Oamaru, Otago, taking 3rd. So they'll go through, and it will be interesting now to see how we go for Otago 12, who just got the wood on the Nelson crew out there, who are going to finish 5th. So Otago 4th, looking for the next fastest time. Then we go Nelson back into Cromwell, and then 3 boat lengths back to a very close finish here between North End and the crew from Otago across the top to Oamaru. That's the men's intermediate double sculls 2nd heat. We'll just wait and see if we get a time. Heat 3 is racing though. We'll have a look and see where we are with Heat 3. So Heat 3 in lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 1, Finn Lloyd and Oliver Bunn. Lane 2, Otago Boys High School 3, Harvey Brown and Tim Sinnott. In lane 3, Cure Boating Club, number 1, Liam Barrett and Ethan McGrath. Kobe Nurran and Orlando Nurran from Twizel number 2 will be there in lane 4. They'll be ones to watch in this. In fact, it looks like that lane number 4 crew would be out there. Although Avon number 2 and lane 8. Lane 9 doing well. That's Eugene Farrell. And inside of them is Canterbury number 1 and lane 8. That's Connor James and Ben Innes. So we've got Avon and the crew from Canterbury and then Twizel. So outside of Twizel was Otago 14 in lane 5, Marco Seifert Simpson and TJ Woodrow. In lane 6, we've got Cromwell number 2 with Jacob Lipsick and Connor Haig. And in Whakatipu 1, which is Finn Bell and Benjamin Wilson in lane 7. So plenty going on here. 1, 2, 3 to go to the final. And then the next fastest, Heat 2, went through in 4:08, which was a little bit quicker. And bodes well for that Otago 12 crew that finished in 4th. They'll just have to have a look at Rowett and find out where they finished. 750 metres, or nearly 500 metres gone in this third heat of the men's intermediate double sculls. And it's Canterbury. Pulled well ahead of Avon. Nice piece for them in the last couple of 100 metres, Connor and Ben. Canterbury number 1. Second would be back to Twizel. 2 across from Twizel on the inside to Otago Boys High School number 3. Those are your 4. Still in it though is Avon. And then we go back, looks like Otago, just outside of Twizel, and just outside of them, and not much between Cromwell and Whakatipu. Just getting into their work nicely are the Twizel crew, just pushing up on Canterbury. They'll know this lake well. Burgeoning numbers at Twizel Rowing Club this year after their success last year. And of course, Kobe Noren was a big part of that, coached by Calvin Maker. But they're just running second at the moment behind the Canterbury crew, and they'll be seeing across on the inside from the Otago Boys High School, Harvey Brown and Oliver Bunn. Sorry, that's not even a combination. That's 2 names from 2 different crews, you clown. Harvey Brown and Tim Sinnott from Otago Boys High School. I was looking on the inside, this nice run coming through in lane 1 from Shirley Boys High School, Finn Lloyd and Oliver Bunn. So they're in 4th position now and giving themselves a shot. They keep pushing up on Otago Boys. They could get themselves through. Just falling away is that crew from Avon on the outside. I'm just wondering if they maybe missed the start and are rowing down the outside lane, or they've gone fishing. But it's still Canterbury, 100 metres to go. They pass those boys now, looking strong, and out of the Twizel crew. They're still second with Otago inside of them. Keep going, you boys from Shirley Boys. You never know what's going to happen. Outside of them is Cure Boating Club. Then we go across to another Otago crew. Just a wee bit further back now is Cromwell, but coming down now for about 3 strokes now. This Canterbury crew just easing themselves across the line. Not easy conditions. They've done a great job down there. And Otago will come down here in lane number 2 and take second position ahead of the Twizel crew. Those 3 will go through to the final, to the A final. And then Shirley Boys, who will finish 4th here, will be looking at times. Otherwise, they'll be in the B final. Good effort from them. 2 boat lengths back now to Otago, and then we come another half boat length back to Cure. Across the top to the crew from, looks like a combination crew, is it? Whakatipu, just a couple of different colours in there. And then it will be Cromwell, just pulling ahead of the crew from Avon, just struggling a wee bit out there. It's not great out there in the middle of the lake. It might have an issue with the steering. Underway we are in the boys under 15 double sculls. This is heat 1 of 2. In lane 1, Timaru 32, George Talbot and Cooper Gordon. In lane 2, Timaru 40, Harris Pillar and Harrison Searle. Lane 3, Wanaka 1, Mackenzie Fiston and Alex Peterson. In lane 4, Twizel 1, Desmond Kahakura and Jackson Shaw. In lane 5, St Thomas's with Seth Trenter and Miller Taylor. In lane 6 is Whakatipu number 2, Lucas Smith and Dos Santos. In lane 7, Burnside High School, doing well out there, Thomas Carey. I'm sure Dad's watching. And Riley McMorrin. In lane 8, Otago number 2, Ryan Cleghorn and Toby Hebden. And Ruben Saggers and Kieran Clark from Shirley Boys High School out there in lane number 9. That's Burnside High School. Well out in front is Thomas and Riley. Competition for them is way down in lane number 1, Timaru 32. So we are the boys under 15 double sculls. This is heat 1, and we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll go through to the A final, and they would be, I would say, 4 or 5 boat lengths in front now would be Burnside, back to Timaru number 32, and then we come to the middle of the course. For St Thomas's, right alongside them is Whakatipu. Those are your 4. You can see it's Twizel, Timaru 40. I don't think Wanaka are there. They might not be there in lane 3. You can't quite see them. Certainly no colours. Haven't seen any scratchings. Either or they're behind the pole. And then on the outside we go to Shirley Boys High School number 1 and Otago 2. Otago 2 just caught a dirty old stroke out there. Must have been a bit of a wave going through. And I'm pretty sure that, yeah, Wanaka are not there. So still with Burnside High. Oop, just going a wee bit. So, oh, hang on, hold on, boys. Hold on. That's it, and get going again. Timaru. Down there in lane 1, well recovered. Obviously someone offered them a bacon buddy from the shore and they had to stop and think about it and decided to get on with it anyway. So they've allowed the crew from St Thomas's just to get through them on a wee bit there. Oh, they've gone sideways again. Can't be easy down there. Certainly looking a lot easier out there for Burnside. And St Thomas is just keeping on going through. This is really tough for these under 15 double sculls. A few of them will be in their first season and it's challenging conditions. I know Burnside have come off for training camp and a strong regatta at Marlborough Champs and slightly different conditions to this. They've recovered nicely, have Timaru. They're underway again. So they're back still in second though. So it is Burnside, Timaru and St Thomas's. Outside of St Thomas's, Whakatipu looking pretty strong there in the middle. Then we go back to Otago. Shirley Boys High just resetting their course. Similar for Twizel. But yeah, some challenges with steering out there. Not easy for these guys. Then back down to Timaru 40. So out here in lane 7, it is from Burnside, Thomas and Riley, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Mates. They'll be pretty stoked with what they're seeing out there. Timaru still holding second over St Thomas's. Remember 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 heading through to the A final. So we've got 1, 2 and 3 out in front of us. Whakatipu just being nice and steady there in 4th. It'll be a question of whether it is Timaru 40 or Twizel or Otago for that 5th slot. Twizel might want to decide which row lane they're going in. No doubt about who's in lane 7. They've just gone over and taken the buzzer, have Burnside. Well done to them. And a good recovery here in lane 1 from the Timaru crew. They've got themselves underway, got a bit of run on that boat. They've had a look round. They know they've got about half a dozen strokes to go, and then they'll be back to the boat park. So good effort from you guys down there, George and Cooper. As they go across, take the buzzer now. Seth and Miller from St Thomas is out there in lane 5, doing a good job to come over and take 3rd. Just get that all back in there, Timaru. You'll be good as gold. So 4th in the middle of the course still strongly is Whakatipu doing a good job. Otago have got the advantage. Now I'm not sure what's happened with Twizel steering, because they started in lane 4, they're now in lane 11. So they just need to correct a little bit, get themselves back on track, and they'll be good as gold. Down here we come to Whakatipu, working hard in there, isn't he? Dawson, Luca, look at them. Good job, guys. Across the line they go. They take that 4th slot. And just pushing through here still is Timaru number 40 in lane 2. They might have a run on their boat over the Otago crew to take that automatic spot in 5th. It's just getting a bit more challenging and gusty out there for these guys. Not easy. And they'll come down now and just take that spot, will Timaru. On the outside we go to Otago, and then it is the Twizel crew, and then a little bit further back as it comes up again. Second heat of the boys under 15 double sculls. They'll be keen to get these boys through, I think. They're underway in that second heat, so again looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and it is in lane number 2, Whakatipu 1, Louis Dela Cruz and Ollie Watson. They've got themselves underway nicely. Just outside of them is a Timaru 30, Murphy Hopper Park and Tim Bartlett. Baxter Hopper Park and Louis O'Sullivan are Timaru 31. They're in lane 4, right next to each other. Then we go to Shirley Boys High School number 2, Kobe Burrows and Dementio Flicker. In lane 6, Otago 1, Tristan Steenkamp and Makai Hape. And then in lane 7, we've got a couple of St Andrews Cruise out there. St Thomas's of Canterbury number 2, Lucas Dowling and Cairo Horgan. In lane 8, St Thomas's 3, Nicholas Marsden and Harry Gallagher. And in lane 9, it's Cashmere High School number 1, Jacob Haley and Cooper Laird. As we see, they've gone over and finished now, have a good gutsy effort there from Twizel in that first heat. And similarly, working really hard to get around the course and back into the boat park is Shirley Boys High. I can tell you it is not easy at all for these young men out there. They're doing a great job sticking with it, but she's getting a wee bit sideways out there, and I think we might have Oamaru and the St Thomas's crews having a discussion about what lane they want to be in. Right in the middle of the course, we've got the two Timaru courses doing well. So down here we see 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 going through to the A final. Whakatipu, Timaru 30 and Timaru 31 look like they've got things under control. Then we go across to St Thomas's and Otago. So that looks like that's St Thomas's number 2, and behind them is St Thomas's number 3. Back to Shirley Boys High School, and then across on the outside, Cashmere, Jacob and Cooper. So if you're just watching rowing for the first time, these boys out there are relying on the pressure in each other's oars is to control their steering if they're not using foot steering. So many things for them to focus on, and with a gusty wind pushing them out of their lane, it's not easy for them, but doing a great job out here. These two Timaru crews, Timaru number 30 in the middle there, which is Murphy and Tim. Just inside of them to Whakatipu. Very little between those two crews. So St Thomas's number 2 working hard to get back into lane 7. Otago, who started in lane 6, are now in lane 9. And we've got St Thomas's number 3 just ducked in behind there in lane 8. Excuse me, then back to Shirley Boys High School. So nice finish coming down here between Whakatipu and Timaru 30, having a crack at each other. It's Whakatipu by about a bow ball at the moment, very little between, and just going a little bit long now as Timaru trying to get ahead of them. They might have done it on the line, actually. Oh, very little between that. It looked like on the line that Timaru had just done it, then there was a surge then from Whakatipu. So we'll wait and have a look. Nice acknowledgement to each other of a good finish. And then third, we'll see Timaru 31. Then we're looking to see who's 4th and 5th. So St Thomas's, just come to a stop there, have Oamaru and Otago. So the two St Thomas's crews go straight past them, just struggling a wee bit with their oars, are Otago. So St Thomas's will take those two spots, all going well, to go through to the A final, finishing 4th and 5th, which puts Otago in 6th, and just following them behind them will be Shirley Boys High School, and a bit further back to Cashmere. So that's St Thomas's number 2 over the line. St Thomas's 3 coming up to the line now, and they'll take the buzzer. That will complete the heats of the boys under 15 double sculls. The boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls, they'll be a bit quicker through the water, we would expect. In lane number 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Jack Savage, Ollie Eden, Hamish McIntosh, Daniel Carr and Oliver Young, the Cox. In lane 4, great to see these visitors over here on their tour. Brisbane Grammar number 1, James Yanch, Cormac Willersdorf, Isaac Spiller, Thomas Ruddle and William Marr is the Cox. In lane 5, it is Timaru 30, Peo O'Sullivan, Luke Todd, Ben Allen, Mac Brown, Toby Connor is the Cox. St Andrews College number 1 are in lane 6. Thomas Heffin and Sam Gamble, Benjamin Bolton, Logan Gardner with William Tavendale the Cox. Otago Boys High School are out there in lane number 7. That's Jed Tisdale, Archie Chittick, Hayden Drummond, Archie Colhoun and Noah Clark. And in lane 8, just on the outside of that Otago crew, is Wanaka number 1, Tom Irvine, Harry Hope, Anton Jones, Philip Massey and Jess Gould. But it's in the middle of the course. It looks like Timaru 30 have got the advantage. So we're looking, this is all through to, we've got 2 heats of the under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, and it is simply the fastest 10, so it's a shootout. See how quickly these guys can go. So Timaru 30, inside of them to Brisbane, just inside of them is Shirley Boys High School. Those are the 3 showing out strongly now. We go across to Otago Boys High School would be 4th. Inside of them, St Andrews College would be 5th. Then we go to Wanaka number 1 on the outside would be 6th. So it'll be times against each other in the heats. Second heat lining up now. We can see down the 1,000 metre mark, and I would encourage you, if you've never been down to the 1,000 metre mark, to see some of these races get underway. It's a great place to see a bit of action. And the action out here is with a probably 2 boat length lead at the moment. Now will be Timaru over the Brisbane crew. But Shirley Boys High drawing alongside Brisbane. Across we go there now to Otago Boys High School in lane 7. Back to St Andrews still. Those are the 5th placing at the moment, and then it is Wanaka number 1 out there in lane 8. So we're nicely in control as Timaru. Battle going on between Shirley Boys and Brisbane. Across on the outside to Otago, back inside to St Andrews, then we go to Wanaka. 100 metres to go now for Timaru, looking nice and long, trying to keep their oars in the water as long as they can. That's the safest place for them on a day like today. As Dave Lindstrom was telling me earlier, up to 50 metres to go they come, working really hard. Nice run they've got on their boat, very clean in and out. Half a dozen strokes for them. They've got a nice 2 boat length lead over the Brisbane crew. We've just got a half a boat length over Shirley Boys, but it looks like that crew on Otago are just coming up on Shirley Boys, so across goes Timaru to take that. Then it is Brisbane by a half a boat length over, nothing between Otago and Shirley Boys. Then we come back to St Andrews and across the top to Wanaka. Second heat is underway. There will be timing between that heat and this heat. 5 crews, lane 3, Timaru 31, Luke Tompkins, Reuben Brown, Josh Bartlett, Blake Parker, Ned Brown. In lane 4, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Brennan Keane, Lachlan Rosser, Lewis Hawkwood, Flynn Hutchison Ray, and Oliver Young is the cox. In lane 5, Whakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson, Toli Trugaga, Ashton White, Xavier Small, with Mia Pagan the cox. They are doing quite nicely out there at the moment, is that Wanaka crew. There's a good pedigree in there. Lane 6, Waihopai 1, which is Kane Wilson, George Browning, Thomas Butson, Ryan Smith, and Noah Lucy is the cox. And then Union 1, which is Ryota Tezuka, Aidan Marriott, Hugh Thompson, Harry Pearson, Hannah Thompson is the cox. So that first heat went through in 3:47. It's pretty sharp for these conditions. Let's see what these guys can do. So Whakatipu well in control, much like Timaru were. They'd have 2 boat lengths over the crew from Timaru 31. Then it's Shirley Boys over Waihopai, and just out there in lane 7 is Union. Second heat of the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Then we get into some bigger boats which will handle these conditions a little bit better, I would think. 250 metres to run now for the crew from Whakatipu, and 2 boat lengths they still have over the crew from Timaru down here in lane 3. You look at the blade work of that crew from Whakatipu. They're clearing the water nicely after they finish and dropping nicely back into the catch when they get to the end of the slide. 100 metres to go now. They come past the red boys. And just as things start to whip their way up a wee bit more down here at the finishing line, 3 boat lengths they got over the Timaru crew, 2 boat lengths back to Shirley over the Waihopai crew, and then Union just having a little issue with some of the lumps down there in lane 7. But working hard. There they go, away nice and cleanly again. Away they go. Two more strokes and across the line goes Whakatipu. Off to the boat park they'll go now. They go, let's see what time they go through. And so 3:47 was the time for the first heat. Timaru going over the line takes second now. 3 boat lengths back it would be to Shirley. And a lot of splash as we start to get a little bit of white capping out there, which can just go away. Pushing through it they are Shirley with Waihopai. And across the line they go now and take the buzzer. Good on them. They'll finish 3rd across to Waihopai 4th, and just waiting for Union to make their way through. About 120 metres to run. Working hard they are out there in lane number 7. So while they do that, we can see that bashing their way down the course is the boys under 16 Coxed 8, lane 2 Whakatipu 1, lane 3 Christ College 1, lane 4 Christchurch Boys High School number 2, lane 5 St Thomas's of Canterbury 1, lane 6 Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 7 is Christ College number 2, and in lane 8 is Christ College number 3. So Whakatipu making the best of it out there at the moment. That's Harry, Mike, Finley, Hagen, Max, McCullough, Charlie, Jasper with Emily coxing. And then we go across to Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Daniel, Ryan, Toby, Patrick, Ben, Hugo, Ruben, Miles, Sam is the cox. They would be second. This is a straight final, straight heat all through to the final. St Thomas is a Canterbury. Good to see St Thomas is out in an 8. Doesn't happen very often. Strong sculling pedigree through that school. But Luke, Declan, Jacob, Jack, Hunter, Gino, Samuel, Brendan and Carlson, who's coxing them, doing a good job out there in the middle of the course. So they'll be third. Then we go across to Christ College 2, which is Joshua, Seb, Oliver, Sam, Jimmy, Max, Louis, Tom and Gabriel coxing. And then outside them is the number 3 crew of Noah, Charlie, George, Jack, Zach, Toby, Sam, Jack and Jonty Gray, the cox. I'm sure you're watching, Hamish. Nice exhibition for these under-16s coming through a challenging course as Whakatipu out there in lane 2. Very little between them and Christchurch Boys High School. Just back from Whakatipu is Christ number 1 with Toby, Marco, Max, Oscar, Harvey, Gus, Max, Jackson and Harry. These will be followed by the women's novice coxed 8, but with 250 metres to run, it is Whakatipu just over Christchurch Boys High School. Then St Thomas's, and then we go to in between those 3 Christ College crews is the one from Christchurch Boys High School number 2, which is Billy, Leo, Will, Romy, Finn, Nikau, Cameron, Ethan and Toby. I've got to say that cox for Christchurch Boys High School, Sam sitting there with his hands on his knees, looks very relaxed. Often you'll see the cox leaning into the crew, sort of barking like a Highland Hunterway, High Country Hunterway. 100 metres to go now. They've done a good job here as Whakatipu. They've got a boat length over Christchurch Boys High School. Emily just looks around and sees they've got an advantage, keeps the team going as they get through to 50 metres to run. Christchurch Boys High School second. And then St Thomas is in that 8 out in the middle of the course. They're just inside from them down here in lane number 2 will be Christ College 1, just sneaking through across over the top of the other 2 Christ College crews. They've got 4th at this time over the Christchurch Boys High School number 2 crew as Whakatipu take the buzzer. Just missed a stroke there to Christchurch Boys High School, but they've recovered and just finishing strong as they go across the line and take that buzzer now. 2 boat lengths ahead of the crew from St Thomas's. And then a nice strong finish down here for that Christ number 1 crew. And bringing Christchurch Boys High School number 2 with them. And on the outside lane will be Christ College number 2. And then completing the field will be Christ College number 3. Second heat of that boys under 18 Cox quadruple scull went through in 4 minutes. So they were quite a bit slower than that first heat. That first heat zinged through in 3:47. I think the wind might have got up a bit for that second heat. So looking for heat number 1 here now of the women's coxed 8. There's 2 heats to come down. Looks like they're still getting them into position. So while they're doing that, we're looking for 6 crews just lining them up now. Lane 3 will be Oamaru number 1, which will be Indig, Tessa, Isabel, Hannah, Bridget, Murray, Gracie, Hannah with Henry the Cox. Nelson Composite will be in lane 4, which is a composite between Nelson and Union, which has got Emma, Sienna, Tilly, Amelia, Olive, Frida, Lauren, Charlotte, Erin is the Cox. In lane 5 will be a women's novice coxed 8 from Twizel. Great to see. Sky, Poppy, Taylor, Rosie, Maya, Riley, Hazel, Indy, as Jasmine will be the Cox. Just shows how rowing has grown here in Twizel. They're putting out a novice women's coxed 8. In lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Toya, Phoebe, Amelia, Lucy, Chloe Malone, Chloe King, Ashley, Charlotte and Liv. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 will be out there in lane number 1, which is Emily, Amelia, Ella, Caitlin, Evie, Greta, Greer, Sophia, Georgetta, and Emily, Caroline, Eliana, Cameron, Pippa, Katie, Georgia, Meg and Madison, the Cox, will complete the Wanaka crew. I think they're all out there. I can see Oamaru, I can see Twizel. I can see Rangiruru, I can see Christchurch Girls. And Wanaka. And I think the Nelson Composite might be out in a different lane. So Nelson Composite were drawn to be in lane 4, but I can see a Nelson colours out there in about lane 9. So this is race 43. Yep, and that is a Nelson crew out there. Looks like they're underway. So you can tell by the little bit of splash out there. So we've got, as you look at it, left to right, Oamaru in the yellow. Across we go to the green and black of Twizel. Outside of them is Rangiruru in their familiar white caps and the blue and gold. Outside of them is Christchurch Girls High School. And then we go across to Wanaka 1 in the yellow. And right on the outside is in lane number 9 now is Nelson Composite. So heat number 1 of 2. We're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 to go through to the final tomorrow. So nice start there from Rangiruru, as you would expect, and Nelson. So Nelson and Rangiruru, and on the outside, right down the inside is Oamaru. Those are the 3. Just back from them would be Christchurch Girls. Then we go on the outside to the Wanaka crew, very little between them and Twizel, as we see the other crews line up behind them. So Women's Novice Coxed 8. Good start from Rangiruru. They'll be much, I'd say Oamaru actually be in front now by about half a boat length over Rangiruru. Then we go to Nelson, and Christchurch Girls starting to get underway. They're pulling up alongside them, so there won't be much between those 4 crews soon. Then we go back to Wanaka, and the Twizel crew making a good fist of it down there in lane 5 early on in this race. I'm sure Nessie McIver will be out there in a umpire's boat, loving to see this Twizel 8 coming down the course. But it is Oamaru down there in lane 3. Rangiruru in lane 6. Nice piece from Christchurch Girls in the last 100 metres. They've pushed through up again alongside Rangiruru and past the Nelson Composite crew on the outside. So that's a Nelson Composite with Union. Then we go back inside and have a look at the Wanaka crew and then Twizel. In fact, something's happened with Rangiruru. They've stopped. So there might be a technical issue there. That might explain why they're having some challenges. And the umpire boat has pulled up alongside them. So, see, no, they got themselves back underway again. Good to see. They'll be looking to finish 5th. They'll look for a strong finish here. They're still well within it if they can. In the meantime, down here with about 300 metres to run, it is Oamaru looking nice and strong down here in lane number 3. Well under control. Very easy to spot in the yellow. Then we go across on the outside to the crew from Christchurch Girls High School. They're second, putting Oamaru under pressure. On the outside, and struggling a wee bit out there in lane 9 is the Nelson Composite crew. Inside from them is Wanaka. So they're 5. These 5 finish as they are. They'll be happy. But look at that. Twizel right alongside Rangiruru. So we could have a good clean finish here. One crew's going to miss out. Who will it be? It won't be Oamaru. They've got 150 metres to go, and they're going nice and strong, being well guided down the course there by Henry Robertson, their Cox. On the outside there, you've got Christchurch Girls High School. Georgetta Heller as the Cox. Boat length and a half now, Oamaru over Christchurch Girls. So Rangiruru have recovered nicely. But just trying to eat into their little advantage is that crew from Twizel. Come on, Twizel, get yourselves through to a final tomorrow. That'd be pretty special. And in fact, I think I can see Nessie McIver in that umpire's boat alongside them. She won't be saying anything to them, but she'll be watching intently as we head down now with less than 100 metres to go for Waimaru. Nice and under control they are. Remember, these are the women's novice cox date. These might be challenging conditions for them. It's their first season. And clearing the water nicely, these crews. Oamaru. Down they come to take the buzzer. Extending out to a 2 boat length lead over Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go right back now to the... will be 5 boat lengths. There's a line up there between Rangiruru and the crew from think about it, Ian. Wanaka. And then Nelson. Nelson's put me off. And then Twizel just in behind them. Need to push a wee bit more, Twizel, if they're going to go through. But nice effort here. So Rangiruru have recovered nicely. Moved into 3rd position. 4th is with Nelson. 5th looks like it will be the crew from Wanaka. And then just in 6th at the moment is this crew from Twizel. Just needing to stay in their lanes. Out now to half a boat length for that 3rd position is Rangiruru. Just going over the top of Nelson is the Wanaka crew, but it'll be Wanaka going through. Oh, just crabbed there on the line. And rowing an octi, they look like they are. Yes, they are. That Wanaka crew is an octi, so 8 sculling blades in the water each side, and then Nelson. And it looks like Twizel just dipped out there, unfortunately. So we look at heat number 2, well underway. Rangiruru number 2 on the way down. They are in the lead. Inside of them was supposed to be St Andrews. I can't see St Andrews there in lane number 3. Are they outside them? Looks like they might be. Yes, they are. So in lane number 3 is Rangiruru. Lane 4 is St Andrews. Then we go lane 5 is North End. Across we come to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then Cashmere. Looking at the colours, and then Avonside. So some of the lanes mixing up a wee bit, which is understandable given how difficult it is to get some of these boats into line with the conditions, but they're doing a great job making it work, the starters and the marshals. So Rangiruru, which is Penelope, Maddie, Olivia, Manaya, Kate, Ella, Gussie, India and Annabelle. Britt, the Cox, are out there in lane 4. They've got the advantage at the moment over from St Andrews College. Katie, Lauren, Grace, Isabella, Miriam, Mackenzie, Hannah, Nina and Olive, who is the Cox. Just getting very gusty out there, isn't it? Fiery, as Millsy would call it. Christchurch Girls High School out there. Mia, Michaela, Scarlett, Daisy, Yvain, Hadassah and Rosie, or Lily, and Savrit is the Cox. Battling away there in 3rd. Outside of them in 4th is from Kashmir, Lucy, Abby, Jenna, Isla, Caitlin, Micah, Zoe, Marley and Thea. They're just sitting there in 4th. We got outside of them. It is Avonside Girls High School. Good to see them out there in a novice Cox 8 as well. Emily, Lily, Amina, Natasha, Sadie, Alyssa, Kate, Brooke and Georgia is the Cox. And then we drop back in. We see the crew from North End just in the middle of the field, which is Mia, Charlie, Olivia, India, Anna, Jordan, Brooke, Brianna and Bonnie is the Cox. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 will go through the final. 100 metres to go now for the Rangiruru crew, just working hard to get that boat moving through the chop. Half a boat length I've got over the crew from St Andrews. Those 2 crews have got 3 boat lengths back to Christchurch Girls. And North End just roaring alongside. Kashmir just stopped there for a moment. Avonside Girls battling really hard out there and doing a good job with it though in lane number 9.5. They'll be pleased they've done it when they get out of the boat. Oh, all these crews. Rangiruru coming down out to 4 seats. They as they come over the line, take the buzzer. Right behind them is St Andrews. Good effort from both those crews. Then we've got probably 4 or 5 boat lengths to Christchurch Girls High School. Leading a wedge down of, and looks like the stroke seat of Christchurch Girls has got some issue with her oar. So you can see she's leaning forward, just holding her oar out. And so the rest of the crew doing the work for her as they can to get them through. So she's just on the right-hand side of the Cox as you look at it, just about to come down the line. She's just holding her oar there. So the other 7 members working really hard to get through. Coming alongside them now is Kashmir, who will finish in 4th. And then 5th will go to North End. So it looks like that crew from Avonside Girls will miss out on the final, but will still be better for the row. And it looks like they've got a personal mechanical issues in there too. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seat has got some challenges. And down to take the buzzer they come. Good job. Heat 1 of the men's club Cox 4 making its way down the course now. We see in lane number 2, Oamaru 1, Jacob Harrison, Lachlan Wright, Jet Rogers, Cody Marshall, Peyton Dixon, the Cox. In lane 3 there is Avon 1, Sam Evans, Jack Dennehy, Coles, Charles Bell and Lawrence Birch. Those two being joined alongside there by Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Harry Galvin, Jacob Yule, Jack Bond, Ben Rowe, Grayson Faulkner, the Cox. Those are the 3 crews out in front at the moment. We go back inside to St Bede's number 1, Jonty Coburn, Christopher Guinea, Jamie Warren Thompson, Andy Peterson and Jonty Swain. Then we go across to, it looks like, Ashburton crew there of Charlie Howden, Isaac Carr, Geordie McGillan and Drew Gilbert with Leah Reid, the Cox. They're out there in lane number 7. Then we go to Wairo out there in lane number 8. Logan Flight, Louis Girling, Blake Campbell, Willem Rowe and Blake Pitts. We're looking for all of these crews to go through to the final. And it looks like, oh, Avon 2, there they are. Just having a couple of challenges out there, Avon 2, with Mason, Will, Gus and Joshua. So they're making their way to lane number 9. So pushing through on the Avon number 1 crew, Christchurch Boys High School. Don't have a boat length over them now. Second would be Avon. Back inside we go to that Oamaru crew. Wairo out on the outside there in lane 8. Not easy on the outside lane, but they're holding their own in 4th position. Just inside of them is Ashburton. Very little between that Ashburton crew and St Bede's. St Bede's down there in lane 4 making a better fist of it. And it looks like the Avon number 2 crew trying to find somewhere calmer to row. Getting the valley for their seat fee. Nice run on the boat coming down here. All things considered, this Christchurch Boys High School crew. They've got a nice little piece of speed for this men's club Cox 4 as they head on down now to take the buzzer. They will now. 2 boat lengths ahead of Avon number 1. A boat length then ahead of the Oamaru crew. So just nice and calm waters that finish there for these guys. And then we're looking for, we'll go through the final anyway, but in 4th position out there in lane 8 is Wairo, just ahead of Ashburton. St Bede's looking nice and solid without overrating too much down here in lane 4. And just getting themselves underway again with about 350 metres to run is the Avon crew, Avon number 2. Might be some mechanical issues in that boat. That's heat 1. Of the men's club Coxed 4. Next we have the men's novice Coxed 4. So just bringing those crews into position. Men's novice Coxed 4. Not too many scratchings, which is good. Getting some full fields. Sun poking its way through, so if you haven't already, get that sunscreen on. Get the water up. So Oamaru just going across, heading towards lane 5. I'm hoping. So we're expecting 9 in this race. That means Club Cox 4 going through in 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 0.83 of a second. So 5 seconds ahead of the second place were the Christchurch Boys High School crew. So while we wait for these 9 crews to get themselves into place, I can give you the fields. This is the men's novice Cox 4 Heat 1. All will go through to the final. In lane 1, Nelson 1, Raphael Ardelis Hiller, Omar Kawas, Matteo Ardelis Hiller and Harry Playford with Anton Turnbull the Cox. St Bede's College number 2, Dara Lynch, James Franken, Harry Hill, Cooper Titterton Leakey and Theodore Gilson is the Cox. St Bede's College number 1 in lane 3, Carter Connolly, Brody Clements, Ashton Corcoran, Isaac Gyra and Matthew Casey is the Cox. In lane 4 will be St Bede's number 4, Connor Thwaites, Mark Climo, Amiri Campbell, Liam Mollander and Luca Knowles the Cox. In lane 5, Oamaru 1, Louis Belt, Jacob Rawbridge, Ned Newlands Carter, Kalpa Lynch and Greer Dixon will be the Cox. Avon number 1 will be in lane number 6 with Andy Long, Izzy Rizef, Ashley Gutteridge, Elliot Nye and Isaac Horden's the Cox. North End 1 will be in lane number 7, Sean Thompson, Gabe Scott, Harry Lyons. I'm sure that's not Harry Lyons out of Hello Sailor because he's about 60. William Hager and Max Lowry. In lane 8, St Bede's College 3, Wyatt Dent, Jikong O, Ryan Atwood, Ryan Gardner, Luca Dredge the Cox. And out there in lane 9 will be Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Zeph Veronese, whose father won the men's Masters single this morning. Fletcher Baxter, Logan Gillardy, Donacha Doyle and Freddie Hampton. As I look across the top of the field now, I haven't had the word, but it looks to me like they're taking those crews off the course, which says to me that we are probably going to go into as a bit of a holding pattern because it has been quite fiery out there for those last few races, and particularly with this being men's novice 4s, they would like to give them better conditions to row in. So I'm going to take that as we are probably just on a small hold for the moment, which is a perfect time to go and buy more coffee, ice creams, waffles, bacon sandwiches, support those that support us, take a bit of downtime, and when we've got something more to tell you, I'll come back to you.
You brush past me in the hallway and you don't think I can see it, do you? I've been watching you for ages and I spend my time trying not to feel it. But what would you do if I went to touch you now? What would you do if they never found us out? What would you do if we never made up? Kept everything professional, but something's changed. It's something I like. They keep watchful eyes on us, so it's best that we move fast and keep quiet. You won't believe half the things I see inside my head. Wait till you see half the things that haven't happened yet. But what would you do if I went to touch you now? What would
stopping.
More music, less chat.
More events.
improve for us, and they are particularly unsafe down at the 1,000 metre mark. So racing has been postponed for the rest of the day and will recommence tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock from race 46. So racing has been postponed for the rest of the day and will recommence tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, nice and early for some of you, from race 46, which will be the men's novice coxed 4 from that time. So please make sure that you've gathered all your rubbish that you've brought with you, take it away with you, you'll find a rubbish bin, and make sure that anything that you're leaving out here, if you're involved with the clubs, is tied down. We're expecting this to blow through the night. Make the most of the hospitality available in Twizel. Go safely, go well. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.